5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay. So we'll call the meeting of the Narragansett Planning Board to order here. I guess the first order of business is the roll call.
Rupert Friday.
Speaking.
According to the agenda printed, I have Mark Brady, but he was since his term has expired, and we have James Grundy present. Or Stephen D. Simone.
Here.
Thomas Callahan.
Present.
Dr. O'Neill.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chairman, you have 5 members present. You have a quorum.
Wonderful. So for the next couple months, I'll be the chair. We usually, traditionally here for so many years, we usually nominate and vote for new officers in this committee. Most of you don't care about this, but we'll tell you anyway. But,
we care about it a lot.
So these folks might care about it. So for now, you have to put up with me. So the other thing would be to ask James Grundy, it's our new member here, to could you tell us a few words about you?
Well, I was previously a member of the North Kingstown Planning Commission for 18 years. I served on the SHAB board, the State Housing Appeals Board, for 12 and a half years. And about 6 years ago, my wife and I were able to buy all the other family members out of a family beach house that we've had since the 50s.
You were able to move to Narragansett? Good for you.
Well,
most people can't.
We were here for 23 years before we went to North Kingstown, and we were able to move back, and looking forward to spending hopefully a lot more years here for the rest of my life.
Well, welcome to Narragansett. Obviously, you've been here before. So I think extension of time is the first order of business. Brookside Estates, Lenahan, Paglia. I drive by there regularly, a couple times a day. And I just keep hoping for any of you people who are locals and drive past on South Pier Road, they're going to explain it. We keep waiting to see progress. You know.
It's very, very, very close. Yes. So I'm asking for an extension. We've reconfigured the lots and to incorporate a hammerhead design to make the lots more, the building envelopes a little bit larger and more accommodating with the new zoning ordinance that went into effect a couple of years ago. And now that all the infrastructure is in, and you can see this on the aerial, the stormwater management, the sewer, water, utilities, I've been creating all the easements and making sure everything works. It's a private right-of-way, excuse me, and we'll have also town access to all the utilities and infrastructure. So I'm close to getting that completed, but I wasn't quite there, so I'm here to extend that. And I did not ask for a year, because give me a year, I will take it most likely. So asking for 90-day extension.
So you're asking for 90 days?
Yes.
Good.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Folks like to ask.
the letter was a little confusing because in one paragraph it says 90 days and 100, and the next paragraph it says 120 days.
Yeah, I was flip-flopping back and forth, obviously.
So you settle for 90?
I think the 90. Where does that put me at?
It says February 13th in
Yeah,
your letter.
that would be.
No, that's 120.
Oh, that's 120.
Oh, that's 120.
No, it's unclear right now.
Okay, so wait, so December, January, it would be February.
Can I ask, what number extension is this?
Second.
Okay. And the first extension was for how long?
2 years?
I believe it was for a year. The second one was last year, which was for a year.
Yeah,
This is the third.
third extension, yes.
Is it typical for subdivisions like this to have had 2 extensions and asking for a third?
I haven't seen it before, but I couldn't speak for the other 38 cities and towns.
I'm talking about our town.
Oh, well, I haven't seen it before in my capacity, in my current position.
Thank you. You sure we're gonna get it done this time?
Yes. Joe's gonna make sure of that.
Any other questions? So, I guess we have to vote on this as an issue?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Do you need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant the 90-day extension for the subdivision as presented before us, Narragansett tax assessor, Plat H, lots 92 and 93, being the ending on February 13, 2026.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Be careful.
Thank you.
Get over your cold. Joe doesn't have a beard, so, okay. Okay, moving right along, we'll move on to site reviews. And what I didn't mention, and the chair usually mentions, if you're going to get up and speak, if you would always use that location, because there's a camera on you, and obviously the acoustics in here are important. Occasionally, especially if you have a soft voice, we may ask you to turn a little bit to the open room, because there's no microphone amplification here. And if we start dropping our voices, I'm prone to do that. You just put your hand up in the back, just so you project to the back of the room, okay? So you can hear everything. If you're here, you want to, I assume you want to hear it. Maybe, but, okay, moving right along. We're moving to Robin. This is the first site review tonight. 163 Colonel John Gardner Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Dane Ardente for the applicant. Am I speaking loud enough? Can everybody hear me?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me? Am I speaking loud enough? Am I speaking loud enough? Can anyone hear me? This is a request. I just wanted to correct something in the staff report very quickly. This is a request for a special use permit to permit 5 bedrooms, not 6. We had initially gone for 6 and then found it more appropriate to do 5. So it would be bringing the 2 existing basement bedrooms into conformance, which is allowed under section 1223 as a special use permit. One thing I wanted to address in the staff report that I'm sure the board has reviewed is that there are some issues regarding I believe it is the access to the basement and questions as to whether it could be permitted as a 2-family dwelling. We would be willing to do either a condition that would be recorded against the land for the property that would make it prohibited from being a 2-family, or cure those access issues through an actual development process.
So, I guess the question that I would have right away of our council is, we have 2 legitimate or legitimized, or whatever you want to call them, complaints in here that have been filed against this property. And somewhere in the pathway of whatever the law takes you in terms of these complaints about this property, how does that affect us in terms of a board hearing this request tonight?
We're gonna hear the newest complaint, right?
The first
Yeah. We'll hear the newest complaint, and we'll hold off on the matter that would be before the planning board. It's the same property, but they're 2 separate complaints. So we don't want to make a decision that would make the older complaint moot. So what I would suggest you do is hold off on the matter that you were being considered. It was being considered. I know you talked to Nick about it.
Yeah, so this one would be to consider the 6 bedrooms, the special use permit,
the complaint on the use of those bedrooms will be heard separately. It has been put in abeyance until such time that this first complaint is heard.
We act on this one first. The other was the use and some physical, actually, attributes that were put in without permission, right?
For this one.
Yes.
Yeah, the second was a nuisance complaint that was received by the town through the police department.
So those complaints are not followed through and finished before we have a hearing at this board on this property?
Correct. You want to hear the one that's before you tonight, which is a request for an exception for the bedrooms that have apparently already been built.
Yes.
Can I ask one more question? Bob?
Sure. Yeah.
Tom?
Is a decision here tonight have an impact on the decision that will be vetted in front of the zoning board later this week?
If we do it in the way I'm suggesting, no.
Is that it, Tom?
That's it.
Okay. So just go back a moment. So you're asking now for a 5-bedroom, not a 6-bedroom consideration here. And you're going to show us on that basement diagram what's been deleted and how it's been deleted?
I believe one of the bedrooms, I think it's I want to say it's the top right one. I don't know for sure, but one of them will be locked off as it currently is locked off. It will be used as a kind of storage area, but
That's not the bedroom, that's the basement. Folks, that's the basement?
Yeah.
It says basement level down at the bottom.
yeah.
That's an interesting, so how do you accomplish that in terms of not winding up with the same number of bedrooms on there?
Well, currently, if we were to go for all 3 bedrooms, we would be permitting all 3 bedrooms right there.
Yeah.
We cut it down to the 2.
Yeah,
So one of those bedrooms would be locked off. One of the 3 bedrooms, one of the 3 rooms that exists
yeah.
in the basement, that was a part of the initial application for permitting of the 3 bedrooms by special use permit. Took one of those out, and that's now going to be essentially a storage closet or a room to use for anything other than dwelling.
But you may not know it, but the history on this board is that there's a room in a structure with or without a closet that can be used as a bedroom, it's a bedroom. Because it can be used as a bedroom. But obviously, what you're asking for is some definition of a 5-bedroom structure here.
Correct, and I think that would also be subject to the inspector's inspection as well, which still needs to be conducted. So, in other words, if he's satisfied with the actual, I don't want to say locking off, but the fact that it's not being used as a bedroom, the 3rd one, I think that would satiate his board in town.
You don't want my sarcasm here. So, yeah, you start over here?
Sure. So, when you say locked off, what do you mean?
Well, it would be locked by the owner, right? So it's being rented out for tenancy at the moment, the property.
Yeah.
Tenants would not have access to that room. It would be, I'm sure everybody's seen tenancy houses in Narragansett where one room is completely locked off, and the only person that has the key is the actual owner. So
Sure.
something along those lines.
Yeah, usually, is this room finished already? Usually those are unfinished spaces. So.
I don't know.
Do you know if there's a window in there? It looks like there is. Is this, which one's this? It's got an escape well there. Is this, do you know if there's somebody in that bedroom now?
I don't believe there is, no.
Wayne?
The when we went in there after we got the nuisance report, there were 2 students living in the basement.
Okay.
Which bedrooms, I can't pinpoint which ones there were, but there were 2 students living down there.
Fair enough. All right, so 2, so that's 2 bedrooms. That's in your favor.
I'm texting with the owner right now, he said they currently don't have access to that.
Okay.
It's currently it's in a situation where he's the only one that has actual key to open.
Can you seemed uncertain in your open remarks in terms of which bedroom it was. Can you tell us now which bedroom we're talking about?
I believe it's the one on the top right.
Are you committing that?
That one?
Are you committing that bedroom to be locked right now?
That one?
Yes, that one. Although I'm about to confirm it. I'll have to get back to you now. It's one of the 3.
Makes sense.
Lower right. It's the lower right.
I was gonna say, if it were me, I'd make it the lower right, because you've gotta pass through to existing
Yeah.
storage.
Nope, up there, that lower right bedroom.
That one.
Yeah,
Start
that makes a
you
little
have a
sense.
pointer up there.
That makes a little more sense, because your as-built plan's a little different. Do you guys have the as-built over there, Amanda? It should be a couple more slides in. It's a little bit more,
I didn't.
It may have been missed on the PowerPoint.
okay.
But you do have a copy of it.
Yeah, I have a copy. I was just wondering if you guys had it up there, because it makes it a little more, there's a little more detail, because you have a window here, you have a window up here, and you have a window over here, because obviously if it doesn't have a window, it's not an egress. You know, it's not a bedroom. So, but all 3 do have windows. So I don't want to make you not have a window, because I think it's safer to have a window than not. But I mean, the lockout idea, I understand it, but if it's already a finished space, I was a bit of a rapscallion in my youth. I'd find a way in there, and I'd have my buddy posted up in there most nights, and you got enough parking for it, so but I appreciate you coming back off that. I was really struggling with 6 bedrooms, 5's a lot easier for me, but this is the one I would make not a bedroom. I agree with that, and maybe, I don't know if I'd ask you to take this wall out, I don't know. This one's a tough one for me, I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm assuming there are no permits pulled for the basement finish?
No.
Did your client finish the basement, or was it finished by a previous owner?
That I don't know.
Could you ask him?
Yeah.
Sorry to put you through the ringer on the cell phone, but I'd like to know that one.
We got a report from the neighbor about construction activity, and that's what prompted this whole inspection.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna keep mulling, Doc, if you got anybody else wants to talk.
James, you want to speak?
I'm gonna actually have to follow through with your sarcasm. I don't see the benefit of locking out a room when it could very easily just be unlocked an hour later. Usually when a bedroom is decommissioned, the jamb is removed, it's reframed, it doesn't have a door. Actually, if you look at the drawing, it looks like an 8-bedroom house. Not a 5. I don't know how many rooms you could lock out, but it's one of the most generous laundry rooms I've ever seen. You've got a heat and AC room, but a separate room just for the water heater. And the house is gonna have probably more storage than any other house in the neighborhood. It looks to me like an 8-bedroom house.
How about you? Legal?
I'm not comfortable with the so-called lockout. Structurally, especially since it's the owner that has the key in terms of it being accessible. So I'm not comfortable with the way it's being presented tonight.
Yeah, no, I have the same concerns, and I guess this may be a question for Wayne. It looks to me like it's a duplex. Is there a reason why it's not a duplex?
Well, it wouldn't be permitted, number one.
Right, but other than the permit, I mean, it's got a kitchen downstairs, a kitchen upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, they can have a kitchenette downstairs, there's nothing preventing that in the code. And the access is through, I believe it's through the, goes in through the garage, or
Through the carport.
through the carport. Put the other slide back again. I mean, I can't comment, I wasn't the one that went out on the initial inspection when this was first done, so I'm not sure if those stairs actually come up through the kitchen area, the living room, and go downstairs. Because there's also a secondary set of stairs on the right-hand side that lead to the carport area. But I mean, we certainly, if it was gonna be a two-family, then we got fire code separation issues between the two floors that would have to be addressed.
I don't think that it's a legal two-family, I think that it's sort of built as a two-family.
Yeah, so because of that, we look at it as a single family, a five-bedroom single family. They can have a kitchenette down there, which wouldn't necessarily trigger it as a two-family.
Okay.
So we would treat it simply as a single five-bedroom, single-family home.
Okay.
Did we get an answer to Mr. DeSimone's question in terms of who performed the work?
So some work was performed by the applicant, and then there was some work done prior to them actually purchasing it.
Does that satisfy you? It's a little vague.
It seems a little vague. As far as the staircase goes, I mean, if these plans are accurate, we don't know, because nobody's gone in and looked. It does look like you're inside the house when you go down the stairs. Then you come down here and you walk in here. I don't know about this door. I hope there's no lock on it. The laundry room's obviously common, so then you're into a common space, and you're gonna end up with one. How many bedrooms are in the basement? Oh, we got an existing bedroom, that's the kitchenette, and then another bedroom.
Yeah.
And then we gotta do something about this here. I just, without the applicant here to tell me what he's willing to do about this wall, or removing a door, like Mr. Grundy said, I know that's part of the code. Obviously, I don't want you to get rid of this window, but either this door's gotta go, I mean, there's a lot of walls down there.
Yeah, and you have a closet in the middle, right? Why would
Yeah,
you have a
there's a-
closet in the middle of a storage room, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it were me, I'd take this door out, and I'd take this wall out, and I'd make this one big storage room.
He's
But-
willing to remove the door.
That's me.
Well,
Okay.
It's sort of like putting a lock on it.
Well, it's not, because that's the code, and we gotta live with the rules. If there's no door, it's no bedroom. But I agree that it looks like a bedroom, but if there's no door, there's no bedroom. But now I'm gonna, oh, this one doesn't have a window. You got double you got double technicalities on getting rid of these as bedrooms, but fair is fair. I'm not totally against you having a 5-bedroom special use, because you do have the parking for it, and you have egress windows here. I'm assuming Wayne can confirm that on his next visit. They say they're egress on here, but there's no, I don't have any.
They were confirmed as egress.
Okay, all right. So at least I know, you got some safety with these bedrooms. So that's not the end of the world. I agree. You can have a kitchenette in the basement. Obviously, people do that all the time. Everybody has to use the laundry room, so I agree it's a common area as long as this staircase is open. This staircase is a little, it's nice to have, but I see why it's giving everybody pause. So no door here, right? Can we do something over here? Can we get rid of this? Make this one big room? One big storage room? Because you're not going to be able to get in here once you Although if you take the door off, now you can get in everywhere, but you still got a door here that I would prefer not to see.
I think the applicant would be open to that, I don't see why not.
Okay.
Sure, text me about it.
Steve,
I'm sure.
I'm confused. I'm confused. I thought the applicant offered to close the door on this bedroom up here.
Yeah, then he just corrected himself. He said, this is the bedroom they're gonna nix, not the top right, the bottom right. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So he was gonna lock this door, and this would all be owner's storage, which I know happens all over town, but usually that's an unfinished space, so it's tough with a locked door. So, but if he takes the door off, then this doesn't pass code as a bedroom. So I guess he doesn't really have to take this door off, but I'd like to see both doors off and this just all become living space. And then you only have 2 bedrooms down here. And then you've got 5 bedrooms.
Yeah, and the applicant's willing to do that.
If he's willing to do that, then I'm satisfied. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I guess I'm not satisfied with the way it's presented. If the applicant wants to take the drawings back and draw it as it would be presented, and as part of the record, then I'm happy to consider it at that point in time, but I'm not willing to consider it on the fly tonight with a representation by his lawyer that he's willing to do that.
Any other comments, guys?
I would be more comfortable with a drawing that would accurately
Yeah, that's
reflect
accurate.
what they want to do, that could become part of the record for the approval.
And up to date, et cetera. Would you be willing to do that?
Well, we'd prefer a vote tonight, we'd be willing to do that in
You,
in
yeah,
terms of
you're
prior
not
drawings.
you're not reading us. In any case, my comments would just magnify or amplify what's been said here. This is in a one-family neighborhood. Obviously, it's been used as a heavily used with multiple bedrooms. You can argue how many numbers, what numbers, but you know, heavily used. And I've been there a number of times, and there are cars parked out in the street. You've been there? Have you been there?
I have not been there.
The street is a little wider than this table. I mean, it's narrow there. So it's being overused and whether the people live there or they visit there or whatever, that property is obvious, to me, very obviously overused in a neighborhood. I just look at it, right? It's one of those, like, you can talk or whatever, but look at it. The other thing I would ask, because we have a very qualified builder here, you know these outlets, window outlets. I went around this property and looked at those, and there's a plastic cover that covers the well, and that, I guess, you push up to get out.
I mean, I didn't walk around the house and look, but generally those are there to stop rain from going in and not stop somebody from getting out. They may well be affixed. Like I said, I didn't go around. If there's
Right.
screws holding them down,
No, they
Yeah.
can't have that.
oh, okay. So
No.
it's just rain
Push
covers? Yeah, they pop right up? Okay.
Yeah,
So-
well, yeah, they pop up if there's no snow or ice. We live in New England, that works great in Florida. But look where we live here. What Stowe, Vermont just said, they've had more snow this year than the history of Stowe, Vermont, so, already up there. So if you put that weight on that, they're not gonna move. So I know it's
I'm a
a
big-
good idea to get safety, to get the hell out, get out of a basement, I agree with you. But we got students who live there most of the time. They're not gonna check to make sure those things are loose and able. And maybe most people in this room, if you have storm doors, if you get a nice cold icy rain, the door won't open, you know? So, I mean, that idea, and I preach safety for the last 40 years, you know? The idea of having that many people in that house and that many people in that basement, it just, to me, it's overusage. It's not in the right neighborhood. I guess for the way this conversation is going, some bedrooms in the basement might be acceptable, but I just, it's to me, it's an overusage. I don't think the comp plan would support this, the way this property is being used. At least my looking at the comp plan. So you can tell my feeling about this is it's an overused piece of property, and I think, my opinion, there's a danger here too, and I just have a tragedy happen there because, well, you know, didn't discuss that, and it's, you know, things happen. Well, I know, in my career, things have happened, and they're not all good. So, in any case, that's my opinion. So, anybody else want to discuss?
Just, this is the third time you've appeared on this issue?
First time I've appeared, but third time, yeah, probably second time the applicant's appeared on this issue.
And refresh my memory, the applicant is in the service, is that correct?
Correct, Coast Guard.
And he's stationed south, correct?
Correct, and he's going to be retiring from the military and moving to this property in June. So as of right now, this is I don't want to say quick or temporary fix, but until he retires to the actual property in June.
Okay. That's an interesting data point, not so much as I've changed my view on this as it stands right now, but it's an interesting data point in terms of, we're talking about a 6-month period of time here, that he's going to live in the house, and he's going to come back for a special use permit and ask for a 5-bedroom. He wants 5 bedrooms to live in the house by himself.
No, he's requesting the 5 bedrooms to retroactively permit it for now.
Okay.
In the interim,
Okay,
for
I
when.
got you, okay, I got you. What I was going to say is, it would be useful, I understand the difficulty involved, but it would be useful to have your client here for this discussion at some point.
I think he would like to be here.
Yep.
It's kind of an impossibility with
I get it.
military service, but
Yeah, I'm in the same place. I would like to, in addition to accepting the commitment to do a deed restriction that it won't be a 2-family house, won't have more than 5 bedrooms, I'd like to have a drawing, see how you're going to rectify the current more than 5 bedrooms. So, if you want my affirmative vote, that's what I'm going to do.
I said what I said. I would be fine with you submitting another plan to staff and letting them approve the changes of that bedroom, but I seem to be alone in that. So if you want to vote, I think you got a head count now.
well, it's an interesting point that I think we would be completely amenable to submitting plans to staff prior to the actual hearing before the zoning board of review. But at this point, and no offense to the board whatsoever, but this is an advisory vote at this point, and we don't see the applicant is incurring more costs coming back and forth, whereas I think we would just rather present it to the zoning board at this point, but would be happy to amend the plan if the condition is that an amended plan is submitted to staff for review prior to the zoning board.
It's unfortunate that you mentioned cost, because somewhere in here, the statement is made that the planning board is not to consider cost. That's not part of our charge.
Well, that's not what I was getting at whatsoever. What I was getting at is that the applicant is...
I'm still talking. So I think we understand. We all are aware of cost and that type of thing, and I think, as Steve said very nicely, you know, but in any case, you are asking then for a vote now. You want to come back with a plan that sounds like might be accepted. So you want to vote now, correct?
Correct, and I don't
Okay.
necessarily see any issue with deferring to staff, making it a condition of staff's approval of the amended plan.
Staff may not feel the same way as we do. Well, they don't have to vote. We do. That's the problem we have.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure, please, Jim.
When I look at the drawing done by Kirk Andrews, and I look at this photo, there's a difference in the driveway layout from the aerial photo that we had earlier. And I noticed in the calculations that there was only 1.25 feet above the minimum requiring a variance for parking. And my question is, was that modification permitted before that additional asphalt was constructed? Because when I calculated it out, it looks like the engineer calculated the newer driveway from what we see in this photo. Because it was just odd that the town would give a physical alteration permit for 2 cuts that close with a tree in the middle of it. I didn't know if that was a permitted increase in the driveway or not.
I would defer to planning on that, not.
Mr. Grundy, the applicant did open a permit with the DPW
Okay.
department and has obtained that approval.
Okay, so that the calculation of the 180125 is a correct calculation?
I believe so. I can also seek additional clarification from the DPW director at some point through the review process. However, I did review and confirm that they do have that permit. And that aerial is different because this is from March, early spring of 2025, and I believe the applicant had that change done in early summer
Okay,
to that
thank you.
property.
Mr. Chairman, if applicant would like for us to consider and vote on this tonight, did you want to invite any public comment if anybody's here before we go to that?
What a great idea. Public comment. Would you like to speak? Oh, yep. Can you come up? Thanks, Tom.
My voice does go down, so please raise your hand and I'll go from there. My name is Don Coletti. I actually have owned a house directly across the street from 163 Colonel John Gardner for 42 years. Beyond that, I need to tell you, I'm a realtor in the state of Rhode Island for 52 years. And part of my duty for the last 52 years, I have testified before many cities and towns in the state of Rhode Island as a real estate expert at zoning board. Okay? This petition by the, and I have a petition signed by people that live in the 200-foot radius of 163 Colonel John Gardner. This petition of those who have signed and own property within the 200-foot radius of the subject property reflects that the signatories are against the applicants obtaining approval from the planning and zoning board to change the status of an approved 3-bedroom, single-family home to a 6-bedroom, 2-family income property that already contains the additions and or the build-outs which have been done by the current owners on the sneak. They notified nobody on the sneak, all right? Way before obtaining the town's formal approval or rejection for 3 bedrooms, 2 fully operational kitchens, and a full bath. Second kitchen's in the basement, full bathroom was put in the basement. Electrical wiring, the electrician was there for a month and a half, so I can't tell you what they did. Additional heating went in, windows went in, and much more in the basement than we know of. I find the planning and soon I find the planning and soon-to-be zoning request to be one of the worst requests that I've ever heard of in all my years. Mainly due to the fact that the owners of 163 Colonel John Gardner Road took matters in their own hands by totally ignoring the town of Narragansett's zoning procedures and requirements. And needless to say, they have no concern for their neighbors. By altering the house, which they've done since they owned it, everything in that basement, nothing was there. There were 2 cabinets hanging downstairs on a wall for storage. There was a 10 by 10 room with asphalt flooring and paneling. The original owners that built this house put it in for their deck, winter storage for their furniture. So that place was 100% open. I was in there last year the same way. So they did all the requirements, they went nowhere, no permits, we're gonna do it on the height, and that's what they did. By altering the house and then asking for relief, as they are, okay? I don't think so, you don't do it backwards. I believe that the building department, zoning board, and town attorneys need to handle this situation, okay, with these owners as they did with 50 Anchorage Road. That is the 3-story house under construction on Anchorage, okay, where it became a where they couldn't do any more work, and the owners were told they had to dismantle the entire house down to the foundation. And that's what they did. Now they're rebuilding it. So that should be done here. Clean it out. You want to go to zoning, you do it the right way. When this property was purchased by its current owners, the only 2 spaces are the 2 that I talked about, okay? Please. No property owner within the 200-foot radius were ever given a notice of any proposed changes because they never wanted anyone to know. They intentionally tried to sneak the changes by everyone. When this house was originally, I'm sorry. I apologize, I thought I shut it off. When this property was originally built in 1983, it was built with a non-compliance approval, mainly due to the lot. The lot is 6,839 square feet. The zoning for this particular lot is R10, needed 10,000 square feet. Also, the original building permit, which I have a copy of, that when it was issued, it was stipulated the number of off-street parking could not exceed 4. Okay? Since they put in that additional lot, they've increased it to 10 to 12 cars. And you can go by there any day at all, and that's where the situation's gonna show how many spaces are there. But the approval is for 4 only. When they put the asphalt in this year, it created a major runoff for the 2 abutting properties and 3 or 4 directly across the street. CRMC, they're there because of the land across the street with the drop-off, okay? Number 156 Colonel John Gardner, which was built between 2 and 3 years ago. They had to put in a holding pond because of CRMC, okay? You go by there now, every time it rains, because of all the asphalt, not the parking lot they have a parking lot there. The water runoff directly across the street, and it doesn't stop. It's every single day it rains. You can go look at it. We are asking that the new parking area that was installed, and I just heard tonight that they maybe took out a building permit for that. That they installed, they removed all the sod, that's why we're getting water runoff. They have nothing but asphalt there. We're requesting that the asphalt be removed, they put their sod back, and then that could eliminate that possible. The other thing is that the entire group within the 200-foot radius requesting that the building department enforce and have the owners remove everything that was built in. We can call it illegally with absolutely no permits. It is a true 3 bedrooms in the basement, a full kitchen, full bathroom. So you know why they put it in? They put it in to, and it's serving right now as a 2-family house. There are 2 separate parties living in that house. First floor has a lease, the basement has a lease. Okay? It's not all totally unrelated people who live in there. And during the summer, which they rented all this past summer, you could see, honestly, 12 to 15 unrelated people coming out of the basement, coming out of the house. And the cars, like that gentleman said, overhanging in the street all the time. They just park where they want to park. Just 6 to 8 weeks ago, the police department was called due to extreme noise at 1:30 in the morning. The police talked to 2 separate parties. People in the basement, people upstairs, 2 leases. The police actually talked the second time to the girls that are living on the first floor, and the girls wanted to make it very clear there are 2 separate leases. They are not together. If this board sends its application to zoning with its blessing, it will show all of the Bonnet Shores and other town residents that you have no concern for our town structure. Please reject this as you see it. What the owners of Colonel John Gardner are not attempting to do, what they have done and what they want to continue to do. So at that point, I want to thank you. All the residents in the area want to thank you. I have the signs affidavit. In my understanding, Thursday night, I need to come back because now it's going to zoning for something. You're going to have a ton of people there Thursday night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can we get a copy of your, sir, can we get a copy of your petition, your signatures?
Yeah. I'm sorry again.
Don't be
I'll
sorry.
give it to you.
Anybody else want to speak? Oh, wait, somebody else wants to speak.
Oh, sure.
Good evening, everyone. Donald Coletti Jr., the neighbor next door as well. I don't want to repeat what was just said, but I want you to know
If you
that...
can consolidate it, because he made a lot of good points.
Yes, sir. I don't want to repeat what was just said, but I want you to know I agree with everything that he did say.
Sure.
So I would like to add that, as you all know, the property in Bonnet Shores is highly sought after, and the values have risen considerably over the past few years. I feel that this is imperative that you do not allow the property on 163 Colonel John Gardner Drive to be allowed to operate as a 2-family income-producing dwelling. Doing so will set a precedent for any other property owner to do the same with no recourse and will diminish the integrity of all Bonnet Shores properties. Can you pull up the drawing of the house, please? You had a couple up with the basement and the upstairs.
Oh, I have them up. Those on them.
Could we get a different one, please?
Sure.
Okay, that's perfect, thank you. So, right now, this is the front door for the upstairs. This is the original driveway, and that's the front door that's used. This is the side door that was built originally in '83. It is now in full use for the second family of tenants downstairs, which happens to be 3 kids, 3 college students, excuse me. So just so everybody knows what this is for, this has full access. This is constantly being used. So there are 2 entrances, one at the end of the driveway for the people upstairs, and this is for downstairs. Thank you on the drawing. That's really all I want to add. I don't want to sit here and say anything else that we already said, so thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else wants to speak? So, my colleagues, anybody want to ask the attorney any other questions, or do we want to move on the motion?
If I could just ask one quick one.
Absolutely.
Do you have any idea about the drainage issue that he's talking about? Clearly they added pavement, they didn't add any drainage. You're definitely, I believe you're in CRMC's jurisdiction for drainage. We saw somebody else earlier for that. So keep that in mind too. You're probably gonna lose that tree in the front, put a big rain pond, something like that. I'm not an engineer. So you might wanna hire an engineer before zoning, or tell your client too, because that's gonna be an issue. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yep.
Ready to make a motion, yeah.
All right, ready to move?
So, Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to amend the staff report to add a finding of fact that 3 bedrooms were built in the basement without building permits and without a special use permit for more than 4 bedrooms in a house. And then I want to first, so for special use permits, do we need consistency with the comprehensive plan statement?
Yes.
So I find that the proposal in front of us is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Specifically, land use policy LU 2.2, promote residential development that strengthens and reinforces community character. There's another policy, which I don't have the number of, about supporting the infrastructure, the sewer and water infrastructure, as a 6-bedroom house, which it currently is. As we saw this summer, dry conditions. We have overloaded our sewer system, don't have water capacity. This exacerbates that. So I think it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
So, Rupert, let me just ask you a question.
Yeah.
You want to add that finding as whatever, maybe letter F or whatever it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah. H. Yeah.
I think you might want to consider modifying or striking G, since when it says it's currently written, it says it complies with the land use component of the comprehensive plan.
Yes, I agree.
So do we still need 2 motions of completeness? Because obviously it's not going to be without a comprehensive plan. So do we still need 2 motions?
Dr. Neal, I would do 2 motions, especially if they're going to be different. So you could find it complete, but not in conformance.
So strike G, and add a new G, which is has 3 bedrooms that were built without building permits, without a special use permit for a house with more than 5 bedrooms.
Do you want to strike G completely rather than amend it to say does not comply with the land use component?
We could do that.
Okay, we can amend G and we can include an additional finding of fact.
Yep, that would work.
So we still need 2 motions, don't we?
Two
The
motions.
first motion is
Complete, incomplete, and then the second motion is on conformance.
Yeah, so the question about completeness, I mean, the drawings before us do not
Well,
reflect.
that's true, yeah.
Do not reflect what the petitioner is saying they're gonna do.
Yeah.
So I think the application before us is not complete, because it doesn't have a drawing reflecting what's being discussed. Am I going wrong?
So the motion is all right?
No. Do you want me to take it?
Good.
Okay, so Mr. Craven and I were just discussing that if the board were to vote that the application is incomplete, that it stops. That it cannot move forward.
Can I move forward to the zoning board?
Correct.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
That's your legal advisement.
Can I jump in here?
So, it has been the practice of this board, while I've been on it, for applicants to come to this board and modifications made to plans as a result of the discussion that have not been reflected on the plans that we've received. And we've deemed them to be complete and sent them on. As much as, let me just finish my thought. As much as I find this an egregious level of incompleteness because of the manner in which we started with which bedrooms and switched it and so on and so forth, and I'm a little reticent to deem it incomplete and not send it forward. I prefer, I understand, I can make that finding.
Yeah.
If this was my first meeting. There's a kind of a history and a past practice that suggests that may not be consistent.
So I think the difference with past practice in this situation is they've come in and said it was a 5-bedroom and had a drawing, and we suggested things to modify it. In this case, they're saying the proposal's for a 5-bedroom and the drawings before us is a 6-bedroom.
If I can interject there,
Yep.
they came before us applying as a 6-bedroom, and tonight he proposed to go to a 5-bedroom,
Change it to a 5.
which is a change of the plan that we did get. So I would say it's complete,
Okay.
but I understand what you're saying, because he changed the 6 to a 5, and then we changed which bedroom and what door and what this and what that. So I'd like to move it forward. I agree that it's not complete
Okay.
now, but it was complete 2 hours ago.
So going with that, the same changes to the findings of fact and adding that the drawings in front of us do not reflect the change that was presented tonight.
That's correct.
And I would also like to add a finding of fact that the petitioner made a commitment that they're willing to deed restrict it so that it isn't a 2-family house. So it is complete. Let's do that finding of completeness.
I'll make that motion. I'll move that the application is complete.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay,
Vote. All in favor, just call it.
completeness?
All in favor?
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll say that.
Okay, 4-1 on the motion, so.
So on the motion, consistency with the comprehensive plan is not consistent with the comprehensive plan for the points I stated before, and adding to the findings of fact as discussed. So that's my motion. It's not consistent with the comprehensive plan.
That's your motion, I'll second it.
In favor?
I'm a no on that one.
No?
Be a yes.
Yes? Yes, yes, and yes. 4-1.
I'm sorry, who was the opposition?
Me.
Okay.
And then,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
We're not done yet, unless,
We're not done.
you got one more.
So-
You got one more.
Oh,
so for tax assessor's plat, NS lot 251, for the special use permit, recommend denial to the zoning board because it isn't compliant with development standards, and it's not compatible with surrounding land uses, and it's not in the capacity problem with the public facilities of sewer and water.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Keep you boys on your toes.
4-1.
Mr. Chairman, before we...
Yeah.
Jill,
Yes.
this write-up will be modified and available to the zoning board prior to their meeting on Thursday night?
Yes?
No, it wouldn't be in their packets.
It won't be in their packets, no,
It'd be
the packets
given
went
to them
out,
that
but
night.
it would be handed to them that evening.
So
I think
can I-
that's what we
can I-
determined.
Can I jump in on that? The zoning board of appeal hearing for Thursday night is for the appeal of the
Oh.
municipal NOV.
Okay.
So it's gonna be separate.
Oh, got it.
listing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, on that, I believe that we talked about providing, I think Mr. Craven and community development staff talked about providing the zoning board with the information from this evening. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Ryan?
I would defer to Heidi.
Yes, the planning board got tonight's information. I'm sorry, the zoning board for Thursday's meeting got tonight's planning board information for context purposes to understand.
So, would they receive a fresh copy, revised copy based on tonight's actions prior to their meeting or at their meeting
Not,
on Thursday night?
not Thursday for this. They'll get the updated staff report in December when they go for a public hearing to permit for this process.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Did they get this report?
Yes.
So why would they not get an
They'll get-
updated, why would they not get an updated,
Right.
right? Why would they not get an updated one for Thursday night?
Understood, Mr. Callahan.
I assume it'll be prepared.
Right, assuming it's
Right.
ready to go, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All finished?
We're finished with this one.
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
Good luck.
Don't say goodbye.
See you again. They can't all be easy.
Some people want to leave for fresh air.
Oh, before you leave, can we get a copy of the petition?
Already did.
We already did.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
sir.
We'll talk about that.
Okay. As we can settle down, we'll move on to number 2. Tonight is Skybound Development LLC over on Lambert Street. Good evening. So I think some of the folks here are aware, some of them are not aware. Applicant is submitting a request to renovate the existing office space, construct a second-story addition to the existing structure to accommodate a dwelling unit and attach an addition to the northern side of the existing structure at the above referenced property. This project requires special use permits from non-conforming uses and structures, continuance section 9.1, alterations to non-conforming structures and usage section 10.1, and a variance from the dimensional regulations section 6.4. And the findings of fact, the existing conditions, lot 72, 15,000 square feet in size, located in R10 zoning district, currently occupied by a one-story office building. Existing building lot coverage is approximately 1,391 square feet, 9.2% Proposed improvements are construction of a 40 by 24 second-story addition above the existing structure with a landing and stairs and a 52 feet by 49 foot addition to the northern side of the existing structure with an 8 by 4 attached landing deck and stairs. Proposed building lot coverage will be approximately 3,095 square feet, 20.6%. So the proposed hardscape percentage is going, let's see, to 44.5% proposed, and 22% is the maximum allowed in that area. But in any case, you're going to explain this all to us, and the relief requested, dimensional regulation, non-conforming uses, alterations, you're going to explain all that.
Good evening, Dr. O'Neill and members of the board. We're back again before you with this application. We thank you for the opportunity to come back before you. At the last meeting, my client, Steve Lawrence of Lawrence Builders, was here this evening as well as was here last time, agreed to eliminate the bathroom from the second story storage area, which was a concern that the board raised. We unfortunately couldn't get a plan set resolved through all the different professionals to prevent that here tonight, but that is certainly something that we still continue to agree to and are on board with as a recommendation of this board. What we have done since that time is we sent out a copy of all the abutters that came here and the neighborhood members that came here, even some of them outside of the 200-foot radius. We sent out a copy of our plan set to them. We also had an on-site meeting last Saturday morning. We posted a sign up for a couple of days in the neighborhood, and Mr. Lawrence and myself sat out there on Saturday morning for about an hour and talked to the direct abutters, talked to people across the street, talked to anybody who was willing to come and listen to us talk on a cold Saturday morning in November. And rather than some of them are here this evening, I can speak for them, that's what lawyers do, but you probably want to hear from them directly, and I don't want to misappropriate any of their statements. So, and I have a disagreement with staff about whether this is an expansion of the nonconformity or an addition, which I won't bore people with. So I defer to the board if you want to hear from me more, or if you want to hear from some of the abutters that are here and their reaction to what's occurred since the last meeting, and then give me an opportunity to respond thereafter. Thank you.
So, would anybody like to speak on this subject? Any of the abutters? Come right up, sir. Again, hopefully project your voice to Bill.
Sure, I'm sure I can. Thank you very much. Jim Blue Isle, Lambert Street. I'm an abutter. I live about 150 feet from Mr. Lawrence's property line. I never got any notices. I heard this through the neighborhood, basically. I knew there was possibly going to be a meeting last Saturday. Again, I wasn't given notice. But I understand Mr. Lawrence has gone through, he's been very forthcoming about what he would like to do. My concern is this is a residential neighborhood. The property he's building on was originally platted by the lot as a 10,000 square foot piece of property, 100 by 100. Each plot, that's what they were. In between two properties, there were 3 pieces of property. One was bought in the middle and split into a 5,000 square foot between 2 owners. They did this so nobody would build on it. That was a long time ago. So I would assume now he has a 15,000 square foot plot. He's going to take half of that property and cover it. He's going to build a big piece of property, and it's going to be nice. It doesn't go with the neighborhood. There are a lot of ranch houses there. What's there now is not an office building. It's a very small ranch, about 900 square feet, 960 I think by his numbers. It was a dentist's office for kids. It hasn't been used commercially in over 8 years, maybe 10. So the continuity of commercial use really isn't there. I believe by what Mr. Lawrence wants to do is put a construction building there, a construction business there. He has 3 docks to load trucks in. He has a storage area upstairs, but I don't think he's manufacturing anything there. Going by all numbers, basically, he's about double what he should be allowed. It's a very large, nice piece of property building he's trying to build. It really, in my opinion, doesn't look like an office building. It doesn't look like an office. It's like an apartment complex. It looks like 6 apartments, various size. And if I were gonna build that building, and if I had that foresight, it's a good idea. It's zoned, it's R10 zone, residential. Again, it hasn't been used commercial in probably a decade, maybe longer. This, by using it, Mr. Lawrence wants to put an apartment upstairs. So now you're taking commercial, you're taking residential, turning it into commercial, turning it into mixed use. I grew up in the cities. I grew up in Providence, lived in North Providence, so these towns did. They mixed everything. An auto parts, a nail store, condos, houses. They didn't have a comprehensive plan. You have a good comprehensive plan here. Everything I hear about Mr. Lawrence is good. You're gonna build an apartment building? Build it. Let's talk about that. Let's not do segmentation, do it one step at a time. The whole top floor is empty. It sounds like the basement of the previous thing you heard about. I would prefer everybody be forthcoming. Right now, we're gonna have this giant building on the end of our street with a bunch of little ranch houses, which, if that's the way we're gonna go, I wanna fix my house up. I gotta decide what I'm gonna do. I guess I should build a giant 8-bedroom house there also. So, small little things, I think going by code, the things you have to show. I think that's what the zoning board, you're allowed to build 25% more. I think the number is 7.5 times of what he's allowed to build over. So I'm gonna say that I really don't wanna see this. I prefer a comprehensive plan of what you really wanna end up with. And as far as noise and all the other things, I think you visited my neighbor tonight. When you back out of the driveway, I heard a backup beeper, and I'm sure I'll hear that. And that's in the winter when it was closed. It's things I really don't want to hear. I'd prefer that we stay a residential neighborhood. And if you're going to say, I would say, the argument would say, it's already commercial, it's an office. It's a professional office. It's not a construction company. There's already been a backhoe parked there. There's already been trailers sitting there. So that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Ma'am,
Jim McGowan, I'm a resident of Lambert Street as well. It's my neighbor Jim. I want to echo what he said. I have a slightly different take on the situation, but I'll echo the things that he said. Lambert Street is already an extremely busy through street, in case you guys are not aware of that. The locals know it as a quick cut through from Port Judith Road, South Pier Road, Woodruff Avenue, down to Narragansett Avenue. They routinely speed down this road, routinely, if you know the road. There's kids in the neighborhood who ride bikes, skateboards, things like that. So it's already a compromised area traffic-wise. On top of that, emergency vehicles use that as a cut-through as well. Fire trucks, police cars, ambulance, the whole gamut. Further, it's directly connected to one of the busiest intersections, if not the busiest in Narragansett, if you're familiar with it, where it's Port Judith, Woodruff Avenue, they all come together with the entrance to Route 1. It's very busy. The proposed project is right on that corner, okay? Right on that particular corner. There's been accidents there countless times, some serious. Add to that, we already have at least 4 houses on our street that are student housing. Those houses, at any given day, week, or weekend, will have cars parked with the lawn onto the street, which makes navigation of Lambert Street extremely difficult and sometimes dangerous. Okay. So to summarize my first point, it's already compromised. The addition of a business on that busy corner with the traffic that may cause would certainly exacerbate an already very difficult, and I would say dangerous situation, not to mention the effect on the quality of our lives, which we bought that house and refurbished our house under the assumption this was a residential neighborhood, and that was a residentially zoned piece of property. Which brings me to my second and final point. We recently renovated our house. It's a small ranch. We invested, for us, quite a bit of money. And I'm a business owner myself, so I have, I'm empathetic to other businesses. So I understand it's nothing personal. We're just trying to protect our investment as well. So we invested $500,000 in our little house. Landscaping, fencing, thinking it's a residential neighborhood. Now, if I understand correctly, we're going to have a huge business 2 doors away from us. So, is anyone suggesting that's going to increase the value of my home? I don't think so. So, regardless of how earnest these people are, and I don't know these people, and promising that it's going to be this and it's going to be that, what's our guarantee? And I'm not going to draw any direct comparisons here to what happened on Boom Street. Okay, let me be clear. But what happened there was the builders of that were duplicitous in their endeavor, and they said they were going to do one thing, they did another. So in my business, things are in writing. So what would be the guarantee that we're going to see trucks coming in and out of all hours of the day and night? Where's the guarantee? Where's the guarantee? That's a quiet. We're trying to preserve what piece of residential quiet we have there, in spite of the students that we have. But that's another story altogether. So that's my take on it. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak?
Hello, Carl Point, 26 Jean Street. I live on a street that just abuts, it's off Lambert Street. My issue with this is on the very other end of the street, there is somebody who has a landscaping business who parks his cars and trucks on the street, and it's very treacherous going from Lambert to the road, with the cars there. And if this guy wants to build a building to house his business, where do we go then? So now we'd have 2 businesses on each end of the street that have traffic and increasing traffic. That's my thing. Where are we going to be down the line? Because it is a residential neighborhood. That's all. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Good evening, Casey Scavone. I live halfway down Lambert Street. Just to hop on the first gentleman's point on the traffic going down the street, it's out of control. Most vehicles are doing 40 plus miles an hour, to the point where someone really goes down the road at the speed limit, you think they're pulling over for something. To add more to that is crazy. Trying to get out the end of that street right now, in the summer, we're talking sometime minutes, you're sitting there. And the traffic's backed up 4, 5, 6 cars. And just common sense wise, would any of you gentlemen like to see this on the end of your street? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, gentlemen and me, and I'm going to kind of, whoa, maybe go for a ride. My name is Barbara Jennings. I live right across the street from this proposed unit. A few things that were said about the traffic is not great on that street, that's for sure. People are speeding on that street they're not gonna stop because there's a building right on the corner where probably the trucks can come in right from South Pier Road and not use that whole street. So I don't think that that's gonna increase. The emergency vehicles. The emergency vehicles are only on that street. Sometimes a police car will go through. And the ambulances, fire trucks are on that street usually when someone on that street needs them. Other than that, I watch them quite often go up Kingstown Road, come around and go to Point Judith, and they're going to Point Judith all the time, and they don't cut through to go there. Not on a regular basis. I'm not saying it never happens. Yes, it's a residential neighborhood. I am concerned that I have spoken to these gentlemen. I did not know them, but I've spoken to them, and I feel that what they want to do, I agree the building is very big. I agree it's a lot larger than any of the buildings on that street, but if one part of it is an office, and I think there's only like 3 or 4 people working in that office, then I don't think that increases the traffic that much on that street. I know traffic is a major concern, but I think that concern is there, and it's going to be there. And I've owned that property since 1968, so I've been there for a while. The building is beautiful, and I have not mentioned this to them. The building is beautiful, but I agree it doesn't look like a residential piece of property. It does, but it looks like a residential piece of property that should be in a different type of neighborhood. But my only concern with that is that it's still 2 stories. I think, maybe I don't know what you call these over the doors and stuff, maybe if they were designed a little differently, maybe it would look more like more residential for the neighborhood. I really am concerned only about not what they would do there, but what would happen in the future. And I don't know what kind of restrictions can be put on that property. What would happen in the future? If they're changing the rules now, what are the chances that if
Really good.
they don't want to be there anymore, what are the chances that what's going to happen in the future? And I don't know if restrictions can be put on the property. I don't know how that can be done, but that's my main concern. Not the fact that they're there, but my main concern is what could happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Want to speak?
So, with the exception of the nice lady that spoke at the end, none of the other gentlemen came to any of our meetings. We had a nice sign posted outside. It was rather large. It was a visual sign. As you drove up and down the road, you couldn't miss it. So I welcome the opportunity to speak to you folks and to address your concerns. To be clear, we are not expanding the commercial use. Commercial space on this property will not expand at all. It's going to remain the same exact amount of square footage as is currently there and has been there and is entitled to remain there. What is being added is a 1-bedroom, affordable by design residence. And we will be happily put a restriction on it that says that it will be rented monthly or not a short-term rental. I just, from a lawyer alarm bell perspective, disagree with the term of saying it is a yearly rental, because what if someone wants to stay for an extra month past their lease? Now we're violative of a condition that we put on there. But certainly, we can work on that language, but certainly not a short-term rental, and that's not our intent. All the rules of an ADU, to put it bluntly out there, where it has to be more than, there's no short-term rentals allowed at it. It's not my client's intent to rent it that way. They like to get a long-term resident and have their place there. Additionally, at our meeting, at our site meeting, we showed documentation to show that my client is entrenched and has a long-term fabrication facility in a commercial industrial park in South Kingstown. So there's not going to be fabrication on the site. There is no intent to do fabrication on the site, and we would welcome a condition that says there's going to be no fabrication on the site. What we are adding are allowed uses allowed by right. A residential unit, a garage, and a storage unit. It's big and open. Dr. O'Neill, there are no walls, there is no appearance of a bedroom. We tried to address that because I know that's a concern this board has, and reasonably so. My client, a long-term resident of Narragansett, lives in Narragansett, has an office now on Boone Street. Would like to become an owner rather than a leaser of land for his business in Narragansett, and would like to do that at this place. Would like to clean up this property and what is effectively an entryway into town. As you get off the highway, it's there. And I would suggest to some of the gentlemen who say that this is the property on the border, that is not true. There is another residential property that this is inside of. There is an additional lot that is actually at the end of the road. So whatever concerns that were raised or allegations that were put out there regarding that, it is patently false. That being said, the issue with the hardscape, we would happily welcome a condition or a recommendation that that hardscape be scaled down. That hardscape is all there existing. It's old pavement. If you go to the site and look at it, you can see it's buckled and cracked. We'll be able to bring that down so that our overall hardscape will be as it is now or less. So I welcome questions the board has.
I think that's probably a good idea. Gentlemen?
You already answered my big question, which was about the hardscape. One of the reasons you're here is the hardscape.
Yep.
The existing hardscape is at 41%.
Yep.
That's existing. You were asking for 48. If you're gonna get it back closer to 41.
Or below.
Or below, that makes me very happy.
Yep.
For everybody who's worried about what this will be in the future, I don't blame them, because as I said at the last meeting, I'd put apartments in there. I'd like you to put apartments in there. Nobody out there wants apartments in there, and I don't blame them. So if there's some way we could put a deed restriction that the storage area won't be used, won't be converted to apartments in the future, I think that would assuage a lot of their fears.
I think we could put a condition that without coming to a board or getting some other formal approval, that we would not put residential units.
That would satisfy me, yeah. Hey, you gotta come back and get another.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Neighborhood would have an opportunity to review it, speak to it, address it, same as this.
Sure. I like it. I said everything else I had to say at the last meeting you guys were here for. So I'm satisfied.
James?
I was just wondering, you've used the term affordable by design. Is your intention to put a LMI restriction, deed restriction on this?
It's a one-bedroom house that's 900, that one-bedroom apartment that would be approximately 900 square feet or less. So it's a term of art. That way it's designed such that it can only generate so much income, being a singular bedroom apartment. It's not going to have, it's designed in such a way that it can only generate so much income because of the way it's laid out, and it's one bedroom status.
It's a bit of a presumption.
It's a term of art I didn't make up. It's used in the planning industry, I would suggest.
And the property was previously used as a medical facility?
It was used as a professional office.
Okay, so the current use wouldn't be a change of use, it would only be used as a professional office, so
correct.
There could be no manufacturing, no repackaging, no distributing,
no
shipping.
No, correct, and any other
receiving. You're saying storage, so would we? I'm trying to put myself in the place of the neighbors. Would they be expecting delivery trucks? Would there be certain hours of operations or limitations?
I think you wouldn't see any delivery truck, no Arnold Lumber delivery trucks, if that's what you're suggesting. You know, I'm not going to say that a truck, Amazon truck's not going to drop off a package of paper and the normal things that go with a professional office. And the type of deliveries that a medical office, as a dental office would get. They would get probably air gas, mail, post office, but our intent is no fabrication, no site work consistent with a construction company. That's the conditions, and unfortunately, the zoning official left, but it's a professional office. You can't do construction work in a professional office.
Could you talk about hours of operation, or would there be any restriction on the hours? Would there be Saturday, Sunday, night work?
I don't think
Hours?
night work, I mean, a professional office would be normal business hours. Am I gonna say my client's never gonna show up on a Saturday morning and, you know, tax season, he's gotta go over there at 8 in the morning and crunch out some work? Certainly, but it's not our intent to be operating there all hours of the night. It's a professional office, and there are reasonable limitations that your zoning official can enforce in that regard. Is there a specific limitation that you're looking for?
Just trying to find out what your intention is.
Intention is very much to have a very traditional professional office. Like I said, my client operates his office currently on Boone Street. You've never had a complaint before your board. You've never had the zoning official going down there to say, oh, they're manufacturing in that building, and he's been on Boone Street for how long? 6 years now, throughout the remodel of Boone Street. And I don't think it's fair for, and members of the public can say what they want, but to stand up here and make allegories to bars and effectively nightclubs, this is not even in the same solar system. This is a very simple professional office that's there. It's not going away. We're not expanding it in any way. We're adding on allowed uses.
Tom?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to find a comparable. And it seems to me that the reference to your office space on Boone Street, is that what you're doing, is that what you're suggesting is the comparable?
In the sense that it's going to be a professional office, there's going to be...
With a residential space upstairs?
I'm not 100% sure if there's a residential space above his office on Boone Street, Mr. Lawrence Redset.
There is.
Yeah, there's 3
Right.
commercial and 3 apartments
Right.
above.
So I guess I'm sitting here scratching my head saying, do we have regs applicable to mixed use? And if so, do they apply in this circumstance? And help us understand why.
Sure, so there are currently, mixed use is currently not allowed in this zoning district. It is allowed in other districts, as you're aware. So there is no mixed use. The residential component is an allowed component of the R10 zone. So if it were going to be converted back to a residential unit, we wouldn't be here if all other things were equal.
Okay. I'm going to hold for now. I just want to kind of absorb some things. Right?
Yeah, I guess, so your office on Boone Street, you don't have a massive garage like this there.
No, I don't.
And I don't buy that this massive garage is an extension of commercial office space. It just...
It's not an extension of commercial office space. It's not exactly as you said. It's not commercial office space. Garages are not. Look at your use code. Look at your zoning ordinance. Look at your comprehensive plan. Garages are not commercial. If we rented it, we had this discussion at the last meeting. If we were renting out the office, the garages, if it was a commercial enterprise.
So what would the garages be used for? I mean, it seems to me
To store vehicles. That's an allowed use in every zoning district in your town and in your comprehensive plan.
Not construction, but not
Professional office. It's not a construction site. It's not a construction building. Boone Street is a professional office space. It's zoned as professional office. My client operates there now. Send Wayne down. Have him go inspect.
Still is a major expansion of this building, not consistent with the rest of the street. And
well, so that's where
non-conforming use.
It's not an expansion that we have a fundamental difference there because the non-conforming use is there. Look at staff. They say that this is in conformance with your comp plan, that this is in conformance with standards, that this is built, that what we're adding is allowed by right.
Yeah, I don't agree that it's consistent with the comprehensive.
So why, how is it inconsistent, Mr. Friday?
Reduce impacts to residential areas from neighboring incompatible uses. Expanding the building to this scale isn't doing that.
You heard your
Totally out of scale.
You heard your planning official say, if we were just building this building in the same size as a pure residential use, we wouldn't be here.
That's not what I said.
That's not.
Okay, then what, am I misstating what you said?
Sure.
So-
I said if you were converting it back to residential.
Right, so if the building was completely residential,
If you were converting back the existing structure to
okay, then I
residential.
misunderstood what you said, I apologize.
If you, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
So then, begs the question.
So we got a letter, and I don't know if you saw it or not, from a neighbor.
Yep.
Who documents the size of the other houses on the street, and uses the language. And so this letter is from a person who is chair of Habitat for Humanity's board.
He's not a chair, he's a trustee on the board.
Okay, anyhow, he's experienced in the building industry. He's knowledgeable about it. He's been involved.
I disagree with you that he's an expert in any regard in that regard. Just because he works for Habitat for Humanity makes him a construction or a planning expert, Mr. Friday?
So, I happen to know him, and I happen to know his experience and his background. And I think the points he raises about storing large pieces of equipment on the property and about hours of operation on the premise, I think are legitimate points, as well as increased commercial traffic.
So when you say commercial traffic, what is a commercial vehicle in your mind?
I would think that the trucks that Lawrence Builders uses for their operation.
So, but so is it a truck over a certain size?
Could be pickup trucks.
But that's not a commercial vehicle by the DEM, by any standard.
It isn't a commercial.
It's not a commercial vehicle by any standard.
I mean, we're mincing legal words here.
I'm sorry?
We're mincing legal words.
I disagree with you entirely. We have an ordinance and a comprehensive plan and statutes. Nothing in your statutes that you're to make this decision on says a pickup truck is a commercial vehicle. So is that saying that anyone who parks a pickup truck in front of their home is parking a commercial vehicle on a residential property?
So I don't know the details of this. There's standards here, other places it is. If they have labels on it that say XYZ.
That's not, it has to be over a certain size and have that label to be considered a commercial vehicle.
And what is that size?
I believe it has to be over a certain weight or
Is that
40 something.
Do I know the size for a commuter? I think you could find that at the DMV. And if you're telling me that I can't park my truck at my house, I'll sell my house tomorrow. Somebody put an offer on it. It's a very nice house in the south end of Narragansett.
I'm telling you my perspective.
I
don't think it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. I don't think it's consistent with the neighborhood. And I think it's an expansion, a dramatic expansion of a commercial use.
How so is it a commercial expansion of the commercial use?
The size of the building is being proposed.
But the commercial use is being confined to the exact same square footage as it currently is.
Yeah.
And what aspect of the
We
comprehensive
disagree.
plan is it violative of?
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, you a picture, bro? So, yeah, I can't support this. The reason is, I'm old-fashioned. It's a residential neighborhood, it's too big. And this guy's a nice guy, and he owns it today, but I don't know who's gonna own it in 5 years. And it's called creep. And if I had a home in that neighborhood, everyone from that neighborhood isn't here now, I would say, wait a minute here. It's too much, it's too big, it's too commercial, I guess is a good way to say it.
Can you go back to the front page for me?
Would you stop interrupting me?
I'm sorry, I was asking staff, I apologize.
Yeah. But you've done that in the past. Please stop that. So, the difficulty is, first of all, this owner, very reputable, gonna do what he's gonna do, but the next owner is not. And we've seen that all over the place. And all you have need is a little gray hair. See that all the time. There'll be trucks parked all over the outside, and it isn't fair to the people who live in that neighborhood. I just, regardless of all the writings and what you want to quote it as law, it's a residential neighborhood. It's too massive, it's too, you hate to use the word commercial, because obviously you're trying to make it look nice. And there's no way I can support that because of the mass and because of my thinking about the future.
What is it about the future that you're concerned about?
I already told you. You missed it.
Creep?
Creep. It's called creep.
So, but
you don't have a lot of gray hair. I do. It's called
I
creep.
can't compete with you in any way.
Yeah, and you can respond to wherever you want. You're not going to change my mind. You know that. It is, and it's a nice guy. He's very well intentioned, and it's he's obviously spending a lot to try to build quite a substantial structure. And the other thing that keeps popping up, and it's true, is that it's hollow space on the second level. It's again like many other plans that people show us, and they say, oh, that's just for the future, we'll store stuff and everything. And that's part of the word of what this is going to become over the course of time. So I can't support it. I don't know how else to say it. And you could talk till the cows come home. I can't support it. But that's me. So we've got 5 people here.
If it was a purely residential home at the same size, you think it would be violative of the comprehensive plan?
I'd have to see it. I'd have to look at it. I'd have to look at the dimensions. The dimensions of this is huge.
But notice we're not asking for any dimensional relief, because it fits on the lot. It fits in the zoning setbacks.
Absolutely, it fits in. It's commercial. It's in a residential area. It's proposed to be what it is. And as I say, the trucks aren't. Maybe this fellow is very sincere about. The trucks aren't going to all be inside there. They're going to be out on the street. They're going to be up, around it, whether it's this owner or the next owner. These people, this is their neighborhood. I can't support it. So you can, as I say, you can talk till the cows come home. Any other?
You might I'll jump back in. It seems like I probably should repeat everything I said at the last meeting for the people who weren't here. First, I want to say I appreciate that you obviously put a lot of thought into the building, trying to make it look like a house. It looks like a lot of other houses I've seen you build around town. Second, I'd like to point out that you obviously put a lot of thought into the garage, because just like the neighbor at the far end of the road, you could right now occupy that office and park trucks all over that pavement, all over it, and as long as they weren't commercial vehicles, we couldn't stop you. You're hiding it, you're doing your best to hide it from your neighbors, you've got nobody on that side of you, and you have a wall on this side to block your neighbor's view of the trucks in case one doesn't get into the garage. You've already said that you'll get rid of 7% hardscape coverage, so once that's gone, you are asking for dimensional relief right now. But you just said you're going to not ask for dimensional relief, so I agree you're not asking for dimensional relief. I agree that you're not expanding the use. I also agree that you could build that building, minus the 7%, and put 4 bedrooms in it, and not have to come to a single board, and make it a rental, make it a short-term rental, make it a college rental, and I don't think anybody wants that either. I think this is, in my opinion, better than that, although I do like residential. You'll make plenty of money, so I'm in support if you get rid of the 1,050 square feet of pavement. You have my support.
And don't forget, we're taking the residential unit and then preventing it from being a short-term rental. which is
Yes, I
something
like
this board
that.
has
You
mentioned in
did,
the
you did
past.
say ADU rules, though. You said it was similar to the ADU. The
Correct.
ADU is not to be rented for a term less than 1 year, not a year-round rental, but a term less than 1 year.
I thought it was, has to be rented for terms greater than 30 days.
In Narragansett, they passed it with a not for a term less than a year, I believe. Is that right?
Accessory dwelling units, correct.
Yeah. So, be careful.
But that's our
If-
intent,
it's
is
up to
to
you
go
what
for
you-
year-round residences and to have a yearly lease. My caveat is that that creates a situation where a holdover tenant who stays for an additional month and doesn't sign another lease is now creates a zoning violation for a owner.
Well, for the next guy, because he might want to have a 9-month, and then I get what you're saying.
It's,
I don't
it's a
blame you.
legal nicety that I'm trying to avoid by saying it will be rented on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, I'm satisfied with month to month.
Anything else?
So, Steve's argument is, as I understand it, is there are other uses on the site as it's currently laid out right now that it would be potentially substantially worse than this one.
Yeah.
This may be the best of the least worst choices, is the way I would describe that. I wouldn't describe it. What I'm trying, when I look at the project summary, and I've heard you say it a couple times tonight, Mr. Surratt, I'd like to understand this a little differently. This building's footprint, don't give me the commercial, the commercial use. The building's footprint is how much larger than the existing building?
I don't know that number offhand because I didn't find it to be something that was germane to the way the applications and the relief were asking for.
So
you meet all of the dimensional requirements of your zoning ordinance.
So item, let me, on page 3 of the staff summary, item 2, says the footprint, in talking about the project constitutes an enlargement for extension of alterations to non-conforming uses. And item 2 says the footprint of the building or structure is not expanded, extended, or enlarged by more than 25% of the existing building footprint as of October 11th, 1989. Building footprint is 960 square feet as it currently exists, and the new building footprint would be 1,731 feet. Is that accurate? Constituting 180% expansion. And I think I've heard the way you've tried to handle this is to say we're not expanding the commercial, the amount of commercials, the amount of space that's dedicated to the commercial, even though the building is going to be larger than the building that currently exists. Is that how I understand what you're telling me?
Yes, in a concise way.
So, I guess my question to staff or to council is, the project as proposed does not comply with this standard and therefore should be reviewed under the use standard. Is that, it doesn't comply, but it should be reviewed under the use standard? And you give me the blank stare.
No, I'm not. The way we have handled non-conforming uses in the past, I've only been here 13 years, but the way we've handled it for in my history with the town of Narragansett is a variation of that. If you can't meet the development standard of section 10.1, in this case the 25% expansion, then it would trigger that use variance standard. I have had this conversation with Mr. Craven and Mr. Salitro. I have provided them with case law, of which we are still internally discussing whether how the case law applies. But the question is, if there is an expansion beyond 25%, what is the relief? What is the standard, I should say?
So you do not have clear guidance from council at this point in time?
Not as of today.
No, and Bob, I'm presuming that you're not prepared to give it on the fly this evening.
Correct, I can give you some observations, though. I mean,
I'll be happy to hear the observations, but
interpreting a case.
I want to be able to rely on an opinion when I look at this thing, but I'll have you listen to the observations.
Clearly, the ordinance says what it says, 1989, you can expand 25%. So, you look at the facts. We've talked about that a couple of times when we were together on subcommittees. And what is the expansion? What is its purpose? Is it residential or is it commercial? And so if it's a commercial purpose, in other words, that large area there, then you can attribute it to the 25% more or less. If it has a purpose that is dual, well then maybe that's an issue that's got some ambiguity to it, since there's going to be a residential component there. But that's how I would look at it.
With the understanding that the current use, and I guess I'll ask you this question, there was a comment that was made by, I think Mr. Dwyer on the front end, that there has been discontinuity of use since the property has not been used commercially for some number of years. I think he used the number 8, but
I thought I heard 8 too.
that's the number subject to be.
Yep.
Is that relevant at all?
Is it an abandoned use? I mean, no, the law of abandonment is very strict. There's a case from Foster. I actually took it to the Supreme Court where it was a gravel bank abandoned, and the Supreme Court said if you took a wheelbarrow and filled it with gravel once a year, then it hasn't been abandoned.
So, to me, this is an important question because the size, I mean, the building, in my judgment, not that my judgment matters in terms of its artistic, the building's a very nice looking building. You've done a really terrific job on that building. The question is it in the right place at that scale, in my judgment? That to me, and then the uses to that, I think, you know, the arguments about where the pickup trucks go and the rest of it, I get that, but to me, this is 180% expansion is a beyond the pale expansion for me. So, and again, the reason why I want to understand, and I'd like to have an opinion on this one, is so that we're standing on, we understand the facts and circumstances, and we're standing on front of it.
If you find, as a fact finder,
Yep.
that 180% is an expansion of the commercial use, then on your vote, you find those facts, and therefore your opinion is correct. It is violative of the law.
I think that's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? I got a question for Bob, actually, for Mr.
Sure.
Craven. In that, the footprint of the building or structure is not expanded. Would a parking lot be considered a structure?
No.
No, okay. Honest question.
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
All right, fair enough. That was all I was curious. Seems structural to me. It's out there.
Well, it's a change of the ground, but I think that typically a structure is considered 4 walls and a roof.
Cool. Thank you.
Not to get too deep in the weeds there, but is a tennis court a structure?
Depends on who's playing on it.
I'm sorry.
Depends on who's playing on it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Everybody?
So I guess,
Yeah,
I just, as a preference to our discussion, this is not an easy decision from my vantage point. You've got a reputable member of the community with what I think is a plan that has tried to anticipate and respond to the issues that are going to pop in front of it. You've got a plan that will essentially eliminate some of eliminate and bring the need for a variance with respect to the hardscape, the commitment to take that out, You've got a commitment with respect to the apartment up above in terms of, we'll discuss this. I feel like it's got to be at least 12 months. It can't be shorter than 12 months. We'll talk about that in the so-called, however you characterize the affordability piece of it. And Doc's not wrong. You look 20 years down the line and you try to anticipate how that business is going to go. You can't, you won't. And then you think about that building sitting there and potential reuses for that. There's a lot of ambiguity with respect to this. So in these circumstances, to me, I see this as more of a commercial use than a residential use. And the expansion may not be, if you take the residential stuff out of it, 180%, but it's a pretty substantial expansion of the footprint. Especially since the housing's on the second floor and not on the first floor. So based on that, my inclination is to find, and I'm just throwing this out there to try to see how people are thinking about this, find that as this is currently presented, I'm not prepared to support it. I'm not prepared to support it as basically being asking an extraordinary amount of expansion of the footprint for commercial space on the property. That's kind of where I'm landing right now. And I'm happy to make a motion, but I'm also, if people have different points of view and want to make a different argument, like I said, this is not necessarily an easy one for me. I'm prepared to hear them.
I'm pretty much in. I could echo everything Tom just said. So, yeah, I modify the staff report, add a couple findings of fact to it.
Are we ready for a motion?
I'll make the motion, I guess, and the motion would be with respect to project summary, Skybound Development LLC, tax assessors plat lot 0, excuse me, plat 0, excuse me, oh, not 0.
This is on completeness, right?
Right, lot 72, that I find that the application is both complete let's do this. The application is complete.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5.
With respect to the same project summary, I would find that the application is, based on the staff's report, not consistent with the land use, it was in conflict with the land use component of the current comprehensive plans, as general commercial offices are not allowed in an R10 zoning district.
I'll second that.
Vote.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain, because it's a pre-existing non-conforming use, so I'm torn on that one.
Okay.
So I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
It was an aye.
Deny?
No, I was an aye.
Oh, an aye, okay, I thought you said deny. Okay.
So I have
So
401.
401 on
Zero,
conformity with the
Abstain.
comp plan. And then with respect to the project itself, I would recommend that I would have this board recommend to the zoning board that the project be denied based on the fact that it is not consistent with the town's the land use component of the town's comprehensive plan, and that the footprint of the building and the structure far exceeds the existing, the footprint for commercial space in the building far exceeds the existing footprint by 180, 80%, representing 180% expansion.
That's the motion?
And I guess that is, relates to, is that development and performance standard? Jill?
Those are the 180% are the, yes, those are the development standards of section 10.1. Mr. Callahan, do you want to look at the other standards
Yes,
for?
I'm yeah.
Thank you.
So that would be one. I would say it calls into question, number 2, the compatibility of surrounding land uses and protection of adjoining properties from adverse impacts. I would add 3, the suitability of the site for the proposed use. And I think I will leave it at that unless somebody wants to add, if someone has something they want to add. I will say this, you know, I hope that if this motion passes, I really hope that there's another way to tackle this. There may or may not be, but I hope there's another way to tackle it, because there are a lot worse options than this that could come your way. So I want to get that on the record as well. So I make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
That was aye.
4-1.
4-1.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Take care.
You stuck with me on the next application. I promise that one will be quicker.
Moving right
I
along.
don't believe it.
So moving on to the third site review tonight, the Turek, Plat R2, Lot 3, 1826 Starfish Drive is the next application before us. So you are the man, okay. Or the person. We can't use those words anymore. Man, or.
I'll address that to Mary.
Okay, so location is 26 Star Drive. Summary, application is submitting a request to demolish the existing dwelling, other associated improvements to construct a 55.5 by 34.5 three-bedroom dwelling with 13.5 by 16.5 covered rear yard porch, a 42 by 11 left side yard deck, and a 9.5 rear yard shed at the above referenced property. This project requires a variance and a special use permit from the Coastal Resources Overlay District. Property is also located in the special flood hazard area, section 4.7. So the findings of fact, existing conditions, it's 23,000 feet in size, located in R10 zone, existing 34.4 by 38.5 three-bedroom dwelling. Existing lot coverage is a little over 2,000 square feet, 8.9% of the property. Proposed improvements, demolishing the existing dwelling, removing the yard deck, stairs, shed, retention wall, outdoor shower, paved driveway, and septic tank, and the construction of a 55.5 by 34.5 three-bedroom dwelling, cantilevered entryway, rear yard patio, side yard covered deck, stairs, outdoor shower, pervious patio underneath the area, and rear yard shed, uncovered sun deck above 15 by 10 front yard, pervious patio, pervious driveway, and a two-car garage. The total lot coverage will be 27 plus square feet. That's 11.8% coverage. Relief requested here, section 4.4, Coastal Resource Overlay District, and a 162.5 foot variance at special use permit. So, take it from there.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill, for summarizing it well. I think there's two things that I want to start off with. One is that the new structure will be no closer to the coastline and the coastal feature than the existing structure. The new structure will be fully dimensionally compliant with the exception of being less than 50 feet from the coastal feature as the current structure is. Additionally, an ode to our the recent former chair, we believe that this will improve the overall quality of the environment in the area. It will take an old property that wasn't compliant with modern stormwater runoff, drainage, and other environmental compliance and bring it into compliance with that. We'll be capturing the first quarter inch of rainwater, we'll be filtering it, we'll be properly infiltrating it instead of it sheeting off in whatever direction it does now. So I couldn't quite tell. Overall, I feel this should have been a staff review because we're not going any closer to the coastal feature than it currently exists. Staff felt differently, so we're here before you. I also, I just think it's a good project. I think it's in compliance with all of your zoning ordinances, the comprehensive plan, and meets the requirements of your special use permit for a coastal overlay district. So with that, I'd welcome any questions the board has.
Have my colleagues here to begin their questioning?
Sure, why don't I jump in here? So I've been looking at the house plans earlier today. So this is like a modern design. It's got a flat roof. Cool, you know, taste is what it is. You know, I've heard a lot of people don't like modern. I do.
Strike that. What you guys say, strike.
Sorry, strike this, strike that. Take. So I was just looking at it, and I had a question about the roof slope, but I actually did the math. The house is thin enough at the roof line that you could do a 4-pitch and stay under 35 feet, which would be a waiver. So I don't have a huge problem with it. And I want to commend you again, the applicant. You're pulling that driveway out of the right of way. I think that's tremendous. Just by that alone, you've got my support, because I drove by there today and there's a truck parked at the end of your driveway, right in the public right of way. And I know that this town really cares about our water access and our public rights of way to the ocean and to the pond. So I'm in favor of this plan. I agree, not really getting closer to the coastal wetland features, so I'm in favor, but see what everybody else says.
No, I think it has the potential to improve water quality, the fact that it's no closer, and the correction of the issue with driveway. I think it's a very favorable project.
How about you guys, Tom?
Mr. Surratt, did you see the staff report here? Did
Yes.
you get a chance to read it? They left a couple of hints to the board asking us to check on a couple of things. So the floor and elevation plans do not depict whether the proposed side yard deck will in fact be freestanding. Do you know the answer? Will it be freestanding or not? Do you know?
I don't know. I know it will be built in compliance with flood zone requirements, and I believe, not an expert, I'm not a builder, that because it's in the flood zone, it has to be detached from the structure. So it will be compliant with all flood code requirements in that regard.
And then on the following paragraph on page 3, the floor and elevation plans depict a wooden overhang roof over the proposed deck, while the site plan indicates a portion of the deck located in the left side yard will be uncovered and a portion located in the rear yard will be covered. If the deck is completely covered, this may increase building coverage. The planning board may want to seek further clarification from the applicant. Do you have a response to that?
I do not believe our intent is to cover it. My client unfortunately was traveling and unavailable for me to get a definitive answer in that regard. But I'd be happy for the board to, whatever position the board takes, to make a recommendation or make it a point of clarification in your approval to address that.
Okay, thank you. And then I think you may not have said it in this context, but when you go to the zoning board, you have to have, the zoning board make specific findings that the proposed project will in fact protect the environmentally sensitive feature of the coastline in a manner granting space that will enhance the protection of the environmentally sensitive feature. You covered that, but I want to be sure you address that with the zoning board when you get there.
I think we had that conversation when you were on the zoning board.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Rupert.
Yeah, no, I agree with all the previous comments. I think it's a good project. I would, when we get to the conditions, the second condition, I do an amendment to it just so it reads correctly. Right now it reads that all construction is in strict conformance with the site plan and in substantial conformance with the floor plan. And I think it needs to say the revised floor plan and elevation plans to be submitted needs to be changed. And then I would like to add another condition. As Steve pointed out, the town really cares about public access and the
Yep.
right of way there. The one concern I have when I was there is landscaping encroaching on it. So sort of a condition that ensure that landscaping doesn't encroach on or block the right of way.
I have no objection to that.
But other than that, I think.
I'm a fisherman and once was a local kid that poked around in all those right of ways.
So you want those right of ways?
Yeah, they're valuable and we should protect them because they're hard to create.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah, but the other thing to clarify before you get to zoning is obviously that this is a covered or uncovered in terms of deck area because the roof runoff has to be considered.
Understood.
So I would hope that these are uncovered areas, and not to talk about the long-term future, which I threw in at the last conversation. If anybody goes by the Polo Club, about 25% of those places now all have these extended, whatever's over their patio areas, and most of them are enclosed, and all that's all wet there. Had nothing to do with this project, but it's the idea of we should be definite when we see this and when it's presented and it's agreed upon. So we really should know for sure whether those decks are even partially roofed before you get to zoning. Okay?
I think Mr. Surratt said whatever we decide to happen, it should happen. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
I'm sorry?
Didn't you say wherever we wanted that to be?
Yeah, I have no objection of making that a
So we just
condition
make
of
sure it's an open deck.
whatever decision you make.
No,
But no
so-
roof. No roof. Okay, no other questions or comments? Oh, we have got the public. Anybody in the public want to speak on this subject? Nope? Okay.
I think I've kept them all here long enough tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're all getting tired. So we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the project before us, tax assessor's plat R2 lot 318, 26 Starfish Drive is complete and in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Second. Second, good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I move the project before us, tax assessor's plat R2 lot 318, 26 Starfish Drive, favorably to the recommendation to the zoning board with the conditions in the staff report.
What's the addition?
On page 3 and 4 of the staff report, and two additional conditions. One is that the deck remain open, and the second that ensure landscaping does not encroach on or block the right of way of the shoreline.
No objection to either of those. Thank you.
Okay. Second.
Second.
Oh.
Yeah, throw one at you.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you all, gentlemen. Have a great evening. Thank you for your time.
Have a good night.
Moving right along. We'll be done before midnight, folks. Hang in there. So next is Pelosi, Plat W, Lot 155, 24 Turn Road. And this is tell us who you are, sir? You represent the Pelosi?
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here as the builder of the property, as well as the son of the homeowner of the property. There were some deficiencies within the requirements of the approved plans. One of them being the asphalt driveway, others being the rain gardens in the rear, the front, and the side. As you can see, they're going over the property lines here. Two other issues, the rear deck, you can't see it in this here, but it was approved to go just about here, and it slightly goes over that by about 2 feet. Other issue, there's a kind of a discrepancy between it being pervious and impervious walkway in the front. The unilock blocks were sourced by Arnold Lumber, and per manufactured spec, they were pervious. After the engineer went to the property, she determined that it was impervious. The pervious, yes, right here, yep, impervious walk. This here, and as I mentioned, the overage of the footage of the deck. That puts us over the lot coverage by about 3%. I believe we're approved for 19.8, and that puts us, per the as-built, puts us over about 3 to 4%. So we're here requesting a variance for the approval to obtain that 4% of coverage. Secondly, I don't see, within that 4% of overage, I don't see the endangerment it causes with drainage, as we are well beyond the requirements for drainage within the property for the pervious surfaces. I don't see the endangerment it causes to the environment, the existing abutting neighbors, or the endangerment it causes to the town. As we have sufficient drainage, as rainstorms, there's no runoff, and that's where we're at right now. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
For the deck provides a space. I have an autistic grandson who lives with me. The deck provides a safe place for him to play. And for me to walk down more stairs than that, oh, there it is. So it's in a good, I have a bad knee, so for me to go down one step, it's so much easier than for me to build a patio and have to go down many stairs.
She's one step off the rear door versus 3.
It's so easy, and he can just run out and play. We block the opening, and it's very safe for him. It's a great space for him. And in the walkway also provides a space for him. Do we have a picture of the front walk?
The front walkway?
I think I forgot to tell you to do that.
Oh,
I did it
sorry.
myself. But the walk, oh, there it is.
Oh,
So that provides limits for him also. He gets to the edge and he stops. He knows the walk is where he can play and not to go further than that. Also, my engineer suggested if there was a drainage problem, we could dig in front of that walk and put in stone, and that would take care of any drainage off the walkway that may come. It would go into that little drainage space.
I don't see the need for
The
that.
need, we don't,
There's
since
no
I talked
runoff.
to,
Personally, don't see the need for that, as it's not
because we
posing
have
a
only
threat to
the
the
amount of
environment,
drainage that we need.
and there's no runoff within the walk.
No.
Yeah, James?
You had said that the engineer made a determination that the Versalock tile system was impervious?
Correct.
That the manufacturer markets them and has federal approval as a pervious system?
Correct, and they were installed per spec, per manufactured spec, with drainage underneath, pea-stone underneath at 6 inches, to allow for that surface water to drain into.
Did the engineer provide any type of stamped documentation that they found this to be different than the manufacturer's approved guidelines? Because I'm having a hard time finding a Versalock paver block system being considered to be impervious. I've worked with these for 30 years and I've never seen a detail that deviates from a manufacturer's approval that they have. And they have several, I know that that manufacturer has several national approval listings. And as long as the sub-drainage is put in with it properly, they're always considered
I
to
can
be
tell you, it doesn't
pervious.
puddle, I don't see a ton of water on my, I look, just for this reason, and I don't, it seems pervious to me, but, I mean,
I
that's
put
coming from me.
the
It's the only-
Versalock double dip saltwater protected at my house, and they were considered to be pervious. And I did the sandstone layer with the drainage pipe underneath it.
There's no drainage pipe, but there is, for our instance, no drainage pipe, but just pea stone to retain, act as a retention for the water. And then for it to penetrate into the subsurface. Which it's installed, we have photos of everything, which we
Oh.
would happily submit to the board.
The rain gardens also have been approved by our engineer. She just hasn't submitted that to the town yet, but she has, Wayne knows that she has totally approved that the rain gardens are fine. The correct size, the correct drainage, the correct everything in the rain gardens.
So, sure, I'll jump in if you want, Doc. I agree, it'd be helpful to have the engineer here just to tell us why they think that's impervious, 'cause I've also worked with Versalock, and they're pervious. I mean,
I don't know why
that's why
she
they sell
determined
them.
that, she just thought it didn't look pervious, I guess, I don't know. I don't know how she came to that determination.
Fair enough, yeah, I'd like to know,
For
'cause
me, it's pervious. I
yeah,
can call and ask her tomorrow and
So this was your engineer that made that determination, or the town's engineer?
Correct.
That's weird.
Yeah,
It's very weird.
Yeah.
We've
yeah,
found
he
it.
said he was relying on CJ, yeah.
Yeah, CJ
And so
Doran.
did Wayne, said we'll take whatever your engineer says, we will accept.
We trusted her opinion though, as she's been a member of the engineering field for probably over 30 years. So off of her recommendation, we trusted it and moved forward at this point to seek variance. But we feel as though that it's not needed, but we're trying to take all the proper steps to do so.
I appreciate that. I do. You're doing your best. As far as the deck goes, I mean, it's bigger than your approved patio. That's part of why you're here. Thank you for coming. I don't know how anybody else feels. I have an autistic godson. I get it. Put that gate up.
That space.
It's nice
Don't
and
take it
easy.
away.
I wouldn't take that away from you.
Okay.
But that's how I feel. So I'm all right with it. That's all I got.
Thank you.
How about you folks?
You want to hold for a second? Tom?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions or concerns.
May I provide public comment?
Well, we'll get to public.
Thank you.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just picking up on what Steve said, presumably you had an approved plan
Correct.
that was either done as a staff review, or I don't remember it coming through, or something like, I don't remember coming through.
It didn't come
Yeah,
through us at all.
No relief was needed originally, or
So, but the staff must have reviewed, right? It was a staff review.
We-
Not, this was.
Just building permit, just one shot.
Okay. So, and then the original plan had a patio instead of a deck.
Yes,
We decided to build a deck for the purposes that you've described.
yes.
Okay. And that's the reason why and what was the trigger that had you come here tonight?
I have a neighbor who is
Well,
really in my,
besides that, because every member of the public is entitled to their opinion, but beyond that, we are deficient per regulations of the board or the zoning.
oh, to get
So
the
we
CO.
have deficiencies, right? We're outside of that, which is why we're here. We feel as though we are conforming to the regulations that you guys set forth. But to answer your question as to why we're here, that's why we're here.
Okay.
To be able to obtain the CO.
So you, so you have a TCO right now? Or-
Yes,
Okay.
it's been renewed probably 4 times.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I looked and looked, what is that thing down in the red box on the end? What is that?
That is the bottomless sand filter septic.
Got it.
6 by 6 is
Got it.
about 3
Oh,
feet off,
yeah,
off grade.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, two things. This whole business of pervious, impervious, it either is or it isn't. It sounds like, you prepared the under part there, and I'm not sure what we can do about that. I don't know if our town people here are going to tell us we have to do in that regard, but, you know, if it's pervious, it's pervious, so be it. The deck, why did we wind up with a bigger deck than was originally planned? Because of the stairways that come off the deck? I didn't quite follow that. Why is the size here in question?
Originally a patio. It was originally supposed to be a patio.
Yeah.
And and then it became a deck and became larger.
So,
It fits.
so there's two there. There's, as you mentioned, Mr. Cullenhan, one, it was supposed to be a patio, so there's a deficiency there that we switched to a deck to try to suffice for my autistic nephew. Two, it pushed further beyond as an error, I guess I can own that as the builder, but my subcontractor was instructed to install per the plan, and he pushed it out a foot or two.
So this is where the patio would have been, and then you just put the deck in, and it was a human error, I guess is a good way to say it.
For the overage
Yeah.
and within the space, for the lot coverage.
Now, I don't have any great problem with either of those requests. The only problem, and we say it publicly, is you do understand that every time we agree to sanctify something that's done honestly, and I know you're honest people, honestly, you know, there are people out there who say, why am I going to go to this building inspector? You know, I'm going to put my deck, make it a little bigger, then I'm going to go ask forgiveness. And we have that happen here, not infrequently. So the difficulty we have is when we say yes, we have to understand what's coming through that door in the future, because somebody's going to come in and they're going to say somewhat similarly, I did this honestly, you know, I didn't even know, we hear this too, by the way, I didn't even know I needed a building permit. Can you believe that? Just a weekend project, you know, I didn't need a building permit for a deck, and oh, it's twice as big as legal. So that's my only concern, and I say that publicly, but as you probably can tell from the tenor of what I'm saying, is you did it honestly, it doesn't create any problems, so I don't have any difficulty with it. How about you folks, anything else?
We're good right now.
Public? Oh, wait, this lady wanted to speak up. Uh-oh.
As Mrs. Pelosi stated, she has a neighbor, and I am the neighbor.
Who doesn't live there? It's an empty lot, just
Okay,
so you know.
okay.
Sorry.
Just can't make any comment.
I won't.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion.
Could you
And we
give
love
us-
to hear it.
Could you give us
One at
your-
a time.
Okay.
Could you give us your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Doris Ashman. And my husband was Thomas Hoxie. This was his work lot. It's been in his family pretty much since these lots were platted. His grandparents owned it first, and his brother, and then him. He's owned it since the late 70s. He actually grew up in this house back here, which is 3 lots behind these two. If this were only a matter of 3 or 4%, I wouldn't be objecting. And honestly, what they do on their property, as long as it doesn't impact me, I wouldn't care. They built a very large house in a neighborhood with very, small ranches, colonials, capes. You were talking earlier about it's not in line with the rest of the neighborhood. I wouldn't care about that. What I do care about is is what hasn't been said here, what is being glossed over. Okay, so this is the original plan, and you can see here, they had a very small house right here that unfortunately burned down. And so they tore it down, and then they started working on a plan to build a replacement house. You can see the replacement house is probably about 4 times the size of the footprint of the original house. This is the shrub line. After they demolished the house and cleared the lot, that was the shrub line. There was a very large tree up at the corner that had a nail in the base of the tree. The tree was on my property, it had a nail in the base of the tree. that was the property corner. I come to the lot one day to find that my lot had been clear cut about 15 to 20 feet into the lot. This tree, the property corner tree with the nail in the base, had been removed. Several other trees along here had been removed. We had probably 10 to 15 feet of thick scrub trees. It was a vision barrier that my husband cultivated intentionally. He also had 60 feet of fencing that went from the back of his shed up to about here. That was about 5 or 6 feet on our side of the property line.
Can I say something about the?
When I arrived at the
Not yet,
property,
okay.
Just right there.
not only was my lot clear cut 10 to 15 feet in, that fence was entirely destroyed. I'm sorry I don't have it online, but I have some pictures to show you kind of what.
Just
what
as
I meant
she's
with-
getting her documentation, I don't see this as the issue we present to the board.
Has nothing to do
This is
with-
beyond what we're sitting in front of you
Yeah,
for.
can you please
Yes, I'm sorry.
be quiet? Let this
Apologize.
lady,
These are
we didn't interrupt you.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
What I-
interrupt her,
Yes, sir.
please, otherwise we'll have some.
My husband passed away about 4 years ago. Right after he passed away, Joe's father approached me and asked me if he could buy the lot. I told him my husband had the intention that it went to our young son, and so it really wasn't something that I could part with. Our son wants the lot. So I am holding it for my son to when he gets old enough so that he can actually build his own house. So they did ask to buy the lot. When I did not sell it to them, all I know is I arrived one day and it was clear cut. So it was long after they had had the approval. This was not supposed to be cut any more than this. These elevation contours were not to be changed, and yet all of a sudden it was clear cut. My initial thought was maybe I don't really know where the property line is, and I'm sure it must have been a mistake anyway. So I went to the town hall. Troy and I looked at this site map and we realized, oh yeah, they went well over the property line. They basically cleared to the back of the shed and then even farther in some of the other areas. Troy said, I'll call them. I'll ask them to pull back. There were a couple. There was a big stockpile here of soil and boulders, like 15, 20 feet tall. Another stockpile there. He said, I'll ask them to pull that back onto their own property. I thought we were good. And then a week later, I go to the lot, and there's more. More stuff all over my property. He'd gone back on my property and he was clearing more stuff, he was spreading more debris. Once they clear cut it, he started spreading demolition debris, a lot of soil, a lot of boulders, a lot of tree limbs, burnt wood from the old house, burnt tree limbs. All these things were getting pushed onto my property. And it was all very unconsolidated soil, full of boulders and stuff, so that if you tried to walk near the property line, or if you tried to walk this last 10, 15 feet, you were in danger of breaking an ankle. So I lost use of, since I have a very small lot, it's only 75 feet wide, I lost use of about 15% of my property. And I talked with Joe Jr., and he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, it was a mistake. I'm gonna fix it up, I'll make it nice. I was like, great, okay. 6 months goes by, nothing happens, that's okay, it was the winter. The following 6 months, every time I came to the property, he had been on it again and done more work. But it wasn't fixing it, it was pushing more stuff on. Now he was trying to stage his materials, he was staging his equipment. There'd be backhoe buckets here, there was PVC pipes, there was dumpsters, everything was all on my property. And it just, every time I went there was more and more. And finally, after about a year, I got frustrated. I said, I don't understand why you're treating our property like your dumping lot ground. And he said, because I don't have room on my property. And that's where we get to the gist of this. They proposed, when they proposed this giant house, and they had to meet a 20% impermeable limit, they said, well, you know what, we used to have we had a paved driveway before, we don't need a paved driveway, we can go with a pervious driveway. We used to have a deck, we don't need a deck. We used to have a walkway, there was a cement walkway, we don't need any of that. So we're just going to use the only impermeable area on this lot will be the footprint of the house. So they got their permit, they didn't have to come before you guys, they got the permit to go ahead. And what did they do? The first thing he did was put in a 2,000-foot paved driveway, which he has since been forced to take out. He, he put in the deck, he put in the front walkway. Those things don't bother me. The things that do bother me is that because, as he claims, he did not have enough room on his lot to stage all his materials, he took over 20 feet of my lot. And he has refused. First he said he was going to fix it up, make it nice. After 2 years, I realized he probably wasn't going to do anything. And that was about the time that, here's more pictures. He just kept going back on. And eventually, when he got to his final grading, I found that he had put 100 feet of irrigation piping and 5 sprinkler heads on my property. They were all down this property line. And that's when he told me to stay off his mother's lawn, even though I was on my own property. The other thing that really was bad, and there's probably a picture in there somewhere, was this detention pond he put over here. The engineer's report specifically said he could not put a pond here. There are steep slopes here. This is a 2-foot drop off in 20 feet, so it's a 10% slope. He put it here, and I think there's a picture in there that shows the pond is full of water, and it's draining directly onto my property. And every single storm that winter, and we had a lot of storms that winter, every single storm, the water would be pouring into our property. And I saw him and I said, you can't have it here. It's supposed to be in the front yard, and it's supposed to have a berm that sheds to the street, not to the adjoining property. So he finally moved it to the front yard, but the downspout is here, and there was a pipe that went into the pond, and he did not move that pipe. He stuck a second pipe, some sort of partial pipe from here over, and if you look at the pond and you look at the pipe, you can see it takes an angle like that. It does not go to the corner of the house where the downspout is. And this pond does not fill up. The old pond filled up and overflowed every storm. This pond does not fill up, but after every storm, I get a wet spot right here. And here, this is just, the snow won't stay on it. The snow melts immediately. And if you walk there, just this one spot, right where the pond was, is really soggy. So I brought it to the attention of the building official. I've asked that they look into the pipe that is still piped over here and is causing, it's diverting stormwater directly onto my property every rainstorm. And I've also asked, at 2 different times in the past 3 years, people in the building official's office have assured me that they will not get a CO until they have restored the grading to what it should be and pulled back all, there's about 2 feet of fill on my property, and it's useless fill. It's wood, it's boulders, it's unconsolidated soil, there's big chunks of demolition debris that are buried right about here, big chunks of concrete. It's just a lot of garbage. For me to hire someone to bring a backhoe in and come in, remove all that, a couple dump trucks to take it all, dispose of it, and then put up a new fence to restore some semblance of the privacy we used to have, is going to be easily in the multiple tens of thousands of dollars. I'm retired. I'm living off Social Security and a small state pension. It's been really difficult to even find someone willing to do the job, willing to do the restoration. And so to you guys, what I'm asking is On the staff report, they talk about compatibility with surrounding land uses, protection of adjoining properties from adverse impacts. Well, we're looking back because this project is already complete. We don't have to guess whether there'll be any adverse impacts. We know there's adverse impacts of 2 feet of fill on my property, and a stormwater pipe that shouldn't be there. And all I'm asking is, I know that the relief that you're being asked to consider is very small, it's only 3%, but please don't just give it to him. Please try and stand up for what's right and make sure that he restores this to what it should be before he's given the right to go on with you know, the extra little things that he built after the fact. If you guys can go to the as-built plan, I also have a real problem with this. One thing that you will notice is that there are no contours anywhere, because this is, I don't know, 4,000 square feet, I think, is what they said the footprint is. That's a 6 foot deep basement. There was a lot of fill that came out of there. A lot of it's on my property, but a lot of it is all over his property. He changed the contours of everything well beyond what he was originally approved for. You'll notice that there are actually no benchmarks. If we go back to the other one, thanks. There was a concrete bound here, concrete survey bound, that was there since they platted it in 1952. That, it's off of this now, but that was considered a benchmark for the purpose of the survey, and these are all the existing contours, the proposed contours. All of this is in here. Also allows them to determine whether the rain gardens are properly sized and elevated. Because they they actually destroyed this benchmark. That is a violation of state law, but they did do it. If we go to the as-built plan, the surveyor did note that that benchmark is destroyed. They were unable to tie any elevations in. Do we have the other plan? Which one? The as-built.
As-built.
So that's why you don't see any elevations. You see a few elevations, spot elevations on the ponds. They are based on assumed datum of 100 feet right here, which ties into nothing because the real benchmarks were destroyed.
May I make a point on elevations? So the septic is installed per DEM's approved elevations. You can simply reapply a benchmark based off of that.
No, you really
So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
If elevations were needed.
Joe is very proud of, he is certified to install septic systems. He's very proud of that, rightly so. But I will say that he's the one who shoots all of his own elevations. When he first built the bottomless sand filter, the EM came out and made him tear it down and rebuild it because it was 3 feet off on the elevation.
Not true.
Maybe part of that was because
everything's on record with
part
DEM.
of that was because the existing benchmarks had been removed. So, you know, it's kind of guesswork at that point. There really is nothing to tie in any elevation here to the previous elevation. So that's all I have to say. It's, I know it's a little bit outside your purview, but I'm just hoping that you will take pity on somebody who has been putting up with this for 3 years. Honestly, I could care less what their house is very pretty. It's large, it's not my type of style, but it's very pretty. It's a nice house. If they did not come in and rip up 20 feet of my lot, I wouldn't have cared about any of this, and I wouldn't have objected to the variances that they're seeking. But they said they were going to fix this, they said they were going to restore this. Now they are refusing to do so, and I'm on the hook for it, and it's just not right. You know, it's not how people should treat each other in this town, and the town should look out for the people who are getting treated like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I?
No.
Sorry.
Bob, isn't she a legal problem? That's not before us here.
Correct. It's not before you, you're here for, obviously, some relief for representation that they made a mistake in building the deck a little bit too big. Those are ancillary problems. I would suggest to you, though, that the building official will be involved in supervising any changes that have to be made, or make sure that if you grant any relief, that it's enforced in the manner in which you've granted it. And that they also, again, I don't know this to be true, but if the building official or someone in the zoning office has said, we're going to require that they clean all that up at the end, that be cleaned up at the end before this
Two
matter
different
is
people on
taken
two
care of.
different occasions.
It has been done.
Multiple
The
times.
fence that she speaks of is a piece of chicken wire that went across. It was not a fence, it was a chicken wire.
But if you just heard what was said, that's not before us.
Okay, so we don't
This
even have to.
poor
go-
lady just poured her heart out here, but
Yes.
that's not what's before this board.
Okay,
So don't walk where you don't have to walk.
okay, great. I just have,
So, no, it's all right. So, any other questions?
so
or-
let me just clarify so I know. We're here for the walk,
On
the
the
front
deck.
walk, we're here for the deck,
We know that.
and that's it, right?
Please don't.
Oh, no,
No,
she's
it's my
just, she's not trying
question.
to be
I'm-
rude.
I'm
She's
so
just trying to
confused right
help.
now.
I know.
But-
But
Yes, that's what you're here for.
Okay, thank you.
But,
we know,
Apologies.
we know.
as a guy who's built a lot of drainage, there's no grass in that yard yet. Maybe go out there and check that pipe and make sure it's not leaking where you made the connection.
Yes, sir, I have
Right.
photos, when I disconnected and rerouted.
Yeah.
There is no pipe
I'm-
going this way.
I'm asking you
Yes, sir.
to go out there and dig a hole with a shovel
Oh,
and make sure that the pipes are still connected the way you connected them originally. I'm not gonna make it a condition because it's not part of our purview here, but I put a lot of drainage in. I'm just asking you, after seeing that puddle, there might be, there's a chance that those pipes did not stay connected when you turned them away from that drainage area. All right? There's no grass there, it's not the end of the world to dig a small
She
hole.
can't talk.
Is that pipe
Under
is so low now because it's taken an
But she
extra
can do it
dog
anyway.
leg that it's below the
Not
level?
her turn.
Hey, this is not an open
Hush.
forum here.
Okay, sorry.
You have
Gotta
to hush.
understand that. Stop talking.
Um,
Okay, we ready for a motion?
Mr. DeSimone, may I ask you a question as a building expert?
That's, I don't
Just-
know on that, but sure.
As I heard,
One
Talk
question,
to
and
her.
then let's
Mention
move
it
on.
there. Go
I seek
ahead.
the first you for questions within building.
Go ahead.
And so I don't have to get my machine down because, well, I don't even want to mention cost because that's not an issue with the board. Could I do a compression test or with drainage, if there's the right amount of water coming off the downspout, wouldn't that eliminate the need of digging up and exposing pipes that are not or may be connected? If it's retaining the water off the roof?
I mean, if you can prove that the water is coming off the roof and going into that drainage area, that's fine. But again, I'm just telling you, it looks like it's not all getting there.
Okay, absolutely.
But you may just have a low point there. I don't know. I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm sorry, Don. I know it's off topic.
No, we-
That's okay.
Tall
This is-
fences make good neighbors. You guys seem to have some issues.
My deal is I'm not gonna
Next.
pay for a fence.
I'm making a statement. I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for a back and forth. I'm just making a statement.
I almost did,
Enough.
and then I changed my mind.
Enough, enough,
And we're happy.
enough.
I'm happy.
We're gonna move on here, we have other things to do, some of you people maybe stay up all night, I don't.
Yeah, right.
So I used to, deliver a lot of babies at 3 in the morning, but I don't do that anymore, let's move on. Ready to make a motion?
Well, before you do, I just, I'll pick up on what Steve just said.
All right.
Doc, if you don't mind for a minute. Earlier tonight, on a different application, someone referenced a house that was built in Bonnet Shores about 3.5 years ago, where the applicant built something that shouldn't have been built without the appropriate permission of the board. And after several months of trying to resolve it, the applicant was required to tear the house down and start again. I'm not prepared to go there tonight because this is, as it's presented to us, he said, she said, but as Steve said, you want to avoid a circumstance like that. You want to avoid a circumstance like that, you get with your neighbor and you figure it out and you get it done. Because I'm not, the way this whole thing has been described, and having been by the house this afternoon and having looked at that, it's not actually a rain garden as I would describe it. It's a hole in the ground on the front lawn where I actually had the question of whether or not it was properly connected. So
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
it's a hole in the ground on the front lawn. It's not
Yeah.
a rain garden. It's not properly prepared in terms of how the base is supposed to be set in terms of the soils and the plantings and the rest of it.
Well, we couldn't do
No, I'm
plantings
ju-
because
I'm
of
just
the
saying, it's not,
water ban.
excuse me, I'm speaking.
Mhm.
So, there is this thought in my mind that I would make a motion this evening to decline that, to decline the application. It would behoove you and your neighbor to get together and figure this out in a way that's equitable. Thank you.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I want to bring a little bit more to the discussion. So, the building permit in July 29, 22 included, as a condition of the permit, a letter from the engineer. And the letter from the engineer has two conditions. The site shall be graded in accordance to the plan, also as to prevent an increase in quantity or velocity of stormwater runoff towards neighboring properties. The proposed rain garden will not drain toward adjacent property. Applicant will be required to take corrective grading or stormwater management actions if as-built grade does not conform with the above or the zoning ordinance section. And then the next one is, if it is discovered as-built site conditions do not conform with town zoning ordinance, the applicant will be required to take additional actions to provide conformance to the ordinance. So that letter is one of the conditions in the staff draft report to us. So, and it seems to me from the testimony before us, it's not being followed.
So, thinking further about this, and thank you, Rupert, for that information. I'm wondering if the board wouldn't be wise to defer action on this for a month, give the applicant and the neighbor an opportunity to see whether or not they can come to some type of understanding in terms of how things are going to, how the situation can be appropriately remedied.
May I make a comment on that, please?
Sure.
So she's filed 3 separate insurance claims against my business insurance, so I'm not comfortable doing it at this point, as they're open cases. I tried to fix the issue with her 3 separate times, performed the work 3 times.
3 hours of her
She
telling
wasn't
what to do.
satisfied with it.
Yeah, if you speak again,
I won't.
I want you to leave this room and let this person answer. You're distorting things here.
I
And
apologize.
you know this is being recorded. If somebody's at home, they can't pick. There are too many voices, okay?
So the options that, no, I understand what you said, and it's a fair point, I get it. Okay, I'm not gonna get that point. What Rupert just expressed is a fair point too, in terms of what were the understandings that were reached, or the conditions that were reached as part of the building permit. And they haven't been fulfilled. And in the absence of them having been fulfilled, I'm not inclined to move forward with this application this evening. And if I am pushed to go forward with this application this evening, I'm not sure that I'm prepared to support it.
And may I ask where the deficiencies are within the site?
Wait, he's talking about the rain garden, right?
The site elevations, the
Yeah,
grading,
so
I believe.
as far as the rain garden goes, the as-built, the engineer did calculate the capacity of the rain gardens, and they sent a letter that said they're in compliance with the building permit. They're not exactly where they're supposed to be, but they have the volume, they're in compliance. My note to you was just to double check. The engineer said that it works. I can't contradict an expert. I don't think you need to hold them up for another month over that. I just, because you're not gonna get a definitive answer out of an engineer other than what they already gave you. I mean, to send them back out there, other than excavate the whole yard, you're not gonna get a difference. So, I don't know if I wanna hold them up another month. I don't think anything will get done in another month, to be totally honest with you. And after hearing the back and forth, I agree, I don't blame you. I've had issues with that again, and I'll just reiterate, all fences make good neighbors. That's my, no problem.
Okay, so. The statement is they want to vote, right? You don't want to delay, you want to vote. Okay.
Yes,
All
please.
right, so move. Move it, guys.
I would just to make a comment.
I'm sorry,
Chair.
yeah, please, James, yeah.
I just want to stay focused on exactly what we're being asked tonight. I think that nothing we're being asked tonight has a final bearing on any action that the building officials have to do related to other, whether they're complete or incomplete. I don't even want to address that. If there were encroachments, I think that that's a separate issue. I think from where I sit, my preference would be to focus on strictly the two items of relief that were asked for. And one of them I have a serious concern. Again, I don't want to question an engineer's professional opinion, but when I think a product that is nationally accepted meets a certain criteria under national testing standards, it's a tough leap to put that product into a different field. And I think it's readily accepted that the paver systems are generally pervious. The deck is another issue. I guess I have to come to whether or not the amount it was overbilled is reasonable, unreasonable, or if maybe it needs to be removed and shortened. I think that's an issue to be decided and deliberated. But my preference, my personal preference would be to focus only on these two issues. I'm sure we're not going to resolve the conflict between the two neighbors tonight, and maybe that's something that the building official may go on if the grading plans don't meet their satisfaction, if bounds need to be replaced, if restoration needs to be done. That's all separate from tonight's request, and I thought that was the advice of the solicitor.
Yeah, the reason I went to look at the report from the engineer for the stormwater was the perviousness of the pavement. So, on one side we're saying the engineer found it not pervious, but on the other side we're saying the engineer's calculations for the stormwater's work. So it's like, not sure about the engineer.
So are we gonna move at the
You have a
request
motion
of the applicant?
You have a motion you'd like to make?
Well, I think that my motion would be, I have the motion regarding the permeability. I would be inclined to make a motion that would follow a manufacturer's guidelines of a product subject to its national testing criteria. One thing I've run into one time is after the testimony, there's certain ADA accommodations that are made, and I would be more inclined, if there weren't a special request or a special need, to follow past practice and say, remove the portion of the deck that wasn't approved. But in light of an ADA accommodation, I'm more inclined to let it stay, because it does fit a need.
You want to read that motion? Or do you want someone else to read?
Well, I think that there's a format that I'm learning on.
First it has to be a complete performance, and then secondly, the movement, motion on what's before us.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the project before us, tax assessor's plat W lot 155, 24 Turn Road, is complete and in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion, you want to make that, or you want James to try it?
I will give it a shot. So, I move the project before us, tax assessors, Plat W, Lot 155, affirmatively, recommended affirmatively to the zoning board with the conditions on the staff report, which include the condition that all conditions of the July 22nd, July 29, 2022 approval letter from the engineering department are strictly adhered to. And I guess the question is, condition number 1, the deck footprint be reduced in size to comply with the building coverage requirements of the zoning ordinance. I think I'll follow Jim's approach on this and remove that first condition, so it's not a condition, but amplify amplify number 4.
You got that?
Yep.
Okay. Second?
I would second.
Second, James. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Tom, what about you? Not sure?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. 4-1.
What's up? Thank you for your time
Can
tonight.
I
Appreciate
just
it.
ask a question before we go, just really quick, I promise?
Sorry, guys.
What just happened, so the deck is okay? Or it's not?
It goes to the
Just go, okay, okay, thank you, have a great night.
You too.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you going to answer a question for me?
No, I'm going to the bathroom.
I'm gonna say we'll be here another half hour.
Yeah. Here. This is, you guys have been.
Get on there, gentlemen, 9 p.m.
Yeah, we stopped at 10, you know that, right? 6 to 10, 4 hours, that's it.
Fair
We're
enough.
done. So, Turn Road, Pelosi, we did, Major Arnold, I guess is the next one.
Yep, Major Arnold, yep.
So, the Brooks, application here. Location, 39 Major Arnold Road, summation, the applicant submitting request to demolish the existing dwelling, other associated improvements, requires a variance, special use permits, and coastal resources overlay, variances from the dimensional regulations, and also the property is located in a special flood hazard area. So the existing conditions, it's a 6,900 square foot lot in R10 zone. The existing dwelling, they describe and they notes the size, etc., and covering approximately 27.7% of the site. Proposed improvements following the demolition. You mentioned the paved driveway or an asphalt driveway, which I have a question about. Proposed building lot coverage will total approximately 1,421 square feet, which is 20.5%. So, go right ahead and present it.
Good evening. My name is Mason Calisi. I am representing the homeowner as the designer of the project. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to present our proposal. We are here to request approval to replace an aging non-conforming structure on a legally existing substandard lot at 39 Major Arnold Road with a new, safer, and code-compliant single-family home. Our goal with the project is very clear: to reduce environmental impacts, improve flood safety, and create a home that is consistent with both the neighborhood and the town's long-term planning vision. This property is a long-established substandard R10 lot. The dimensional challenges here are not a result of anything we have created. They are inherent to the size and shape of the parcel. As you know, the state's recently enacted House Bill 7949A. It provides proportional dimensional relief for exactly these types of lots. The variances we are requesting reflect the minimum adjustments needed for reasonable use given the lot's long-standing limitations. The existing property contains multiple fragmented and aging elements, a multi-tiered rear deck, a shed, old porches, and a driveway layout that isn't ideal. Under current conditions, the total lot coverage is 27.7%. Our proposed design reduces that to 20.5%. We're removing unnecessary structures, consolidating that footprint, and reducing overall impact on the site. This is a meaningful improvement from what exists there today. The new home is a modest 44 by 25 residence with a 2-car garage, very much in scale with the neighboring homes. Like the existing home, it is also remaining a 4-bedroom home. The rear deck and balcony are necessary to make a reasonable use of a very shallow lot. The height variance we are requesting is minimal, just under 15 inches. We're looking for relief of just under 15 inches in height. That is more or less brought on by the fact that we're looking to raise the structure on piers because we are, the project is in the VE flood zone and effectively to be conforming with FEMA's regulations, we have to be on piers. And to have a reasonable amount of square footage in the house to at least retain the 4-bedroom status that the existing house has, our height ends up over the current requirement. The property is located within the Coastal Resources Overlay District, so the rear deck triggers a variance and a special use permit. However, it's important to note that the new deck will actually sit farther away from the coastal feature than it currently does by 10 inches. So while the variance is technically required, the impact on the coastal resources is reduced compared to the existing conditions. We fully comply with the FEMA VE flood zone requirements in the National Insurance Program and with Section 4.7 of the zoning ordinance. The engineering department has already reviewed our drainage and erosion control measures and issued an approval letter. The new home will significantly improve stormwater management and flood safety. And that is about all I have for now. I am interested to hear your guys' questions.
I have some questions, gentlemen.
Sure. Let me start you off here.
You're a good quarterback.
I think I'm talking too much
Running
tonight,
back.
but
You're not talking too much.
that's all right. So, I appreciate that you're moving further away from the coastal feature. I can't possibly find a reason to have a problem with that. I did have a question for staff or legal. This is for me, not as much for you.
Sure.
In the requested relief, we've got 4.6 feet rear yard setback variance. I don't understand why, though. It seems like the property line is way out in the ocean, and it looks like he's got enough. I was just confused. I don't know if we measure from high tide line now or something.
So to answer your question, no. But it's a matter of checking what the building review form is, because that relief would have come from the building official.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if he has a file here, you can continue to go
Sorry.
on. And,
Yeah,
yeah.
that is
We'll
for my own
figure it out.
edification. So, yeah, as far as the height variance, I mean, your structure above the BFE is 30 feet and a little bit of change, which if you didn't need the 4.4 relief would have been under a waiver, so I don't have a problem with that. You seem to be doing everything we want somebody to do when they're doing what you're doing, replacing a building near the coast. I can't imagine you pulling it any closer to the road. You're right up against the front setback line, you can't possibly get further from the ocean unless you build a shoebox. So I'm okay with it. I don't know if anybody else has any questions.
Observation, I think the answer might be that now D measures from the top of the slope, not from the property line or from the mean high tide level.
Right, right,
Thank
so we just looked, it looks like it's measured from the closure line.
Okay.
But still in all, I would want to talk with a building official on that because for an environmental feature, yes, absolutely, that's where we measure. But if the property line is somewhere further out, then I would want to. We can't give you the answer because we don't flag it for the relief. It is identified here as needing that relief, so we'd have to follow around with Mr.
All right.
Vincenzo.
I mean, I don't have
But
a
I
problem with the
agree with
relief.
Mr. Grundy that
Yeah.
yes, the coastal definitely has a line that they measure from that's further
Fair enough.
inland than
I
this
can't afford
property line.
oceanfront, so I have to.
Yeah.
I don't come against that very often.
Wait long enough, I might come.
Well, you can come visit anytime.
Perfect. You got it.
The rear and setback, yeah.
So,
Well,
on your application, it says the stated proposed use of the premises is the same as the current proposed use, it's a secondary residence?
You guys
Yeah.
can speak to that.
Yeah, so our client, she mainly lives in Florida. They have a big blended family. They've got 6 kids together, and they like spend their summers here. She grew up here, so in the summers they come stay here. They don't have any plans of renting it out to college students or anything like that. They also have family roots here, so they do want a space to come back for the holiday. Like she said, they have 6 kids. They do have grandkids. So 6 kids with grandkids means they need a lot of space. So we tried to do our best with what we were given, without taking up too much.
Would
I'm
you
not
be willing
sure.
to put that on the agreement? No short-term rental?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
That's great. And then, just on the if you're not going to rent it, it's less of an issue or concern for me. But there's a second floor lounge, it looks like it's got 2 doors.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the kids level. We're making that like a second space, so if they do have all the grandkids there, they can go upstairs and watch a movie while the parents hang out downstairs. That was really, from more of a design standpoint in our area, that was kind of what we were looking at.
So those doors, I'm trying to figure out if there are 2 doors or 3 doors there.
What, here?
No, there's a door to bedroom number 1.
Mm-hmm.
There's a door to bedroom number 2.
Yep.
Is there a door that, so does that close off that room entirely?
That closes off that room entirely, and that closes off that room entirely.
Huh?
Is that what you're talking about right there?
Right here, that's what, is there a door that closes that off right there?
No, this stays open, so you come up the stairs and that's just a little hallway.
Okay.
So it stays nice and open.
I'm done right now.
I have a question. I don't know if it's for you or for staff. So existing building lot coverage, so the building is going from 36 by 25 to 44 by 25, which is larger. And the existing building lot coverage is 1,924, and it's going down to 1,421. And so how are you doing a bigger building with less lot coverage is sort of my...
I can speak to
I'm
that.
baffled by that.
So the existing structure has a covered porch, and with all the deck on the building, there's much more lot coverage in the existing building between, well, the deck coverage is obviously separate, but between the covered porch that's existing and the existing structure.
Okay.
That covered porch basically makes up the difference in what has been presented.
So that's what it looks like right now.
That's
That's what it looks like right now, and it's falling apart.
So I
And you
obvi-
should see the inside.
I obviously looked at the wrong lot today. 'Cause I looked at a lot with a poured footer, and I was gonna come in and ask you if you had a building permit and wetlands permit.
Well, adjacent to our lot on both sides, there's construction going on right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
this whole street has kind of done something very similar.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't have any other questions. Just an observation, just a point to make. So as you mentioned, the change for substandard lots, so it's already sort of a 30% variance, and we're asking for a little bit more, is what it seems like. Yeah.
And that's it?
Yep.
Yeah, let me ask you, how, the bottom level there is for water flow, right?
Mhm.
You can put cars in or whatever, so you're elevating the structure.
Yes, all those walls are designated as breakaway walls in conformance with FEMA's breakaway wall details.
What's your base elevation on that lot right there?
14 feet 4 and 3/8 inches.
Well,
That is the garage floor. The BFE is 17 feet.
you may, depending on your background, you may know the number, but a friend of mine years ago bought a little further north along the water there. And it's either Carroll or 38 came in at 22 feet. So, just so you're aware of that, you better think about the Holiday Inn. If another Carroll or another 38 comes up the coast, so just be aware of that.
If I can-
That's nice, it's built this way.
Yeah.
Don't stay there.
If I can speak to that, that's...
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there was the consideration in the beginning of this project to build on a conventional strip footing foundation and come out of the VE zone and not have decking go into the VE zone that makes us conform to all of this. It was our opinion, and we urged the homeowner to go this route to better protect the house from flood conditions down the line, because obviously the VE zone, the existing house, the VE zone cuts the corner of right now will be the dwelling structure will be out of the VE zone. The deck is what actually brings us into the VE zone, even though it's a detached deck. But we went to lengths to get them to agree to doing this on piers for the longevity of the project and the protection of the neighborhood.
My only other negative comment is the height. The difficulty is you're on the water, so everybody behind you, you take off 1 foot or whatever you take off, it affects their view.
Yeah.
They don't own their view, I know that, but that whole business of having to raise houses because of this, the flood zone and all that is there's a ripple effect, as you can imagine. People further in, every time you go up a foot, it does affect their view. But as my comrade here said, you're doing your best, and I understand, the roof line and everything. So that would be my comment.
I will say that luckily we're at the T intersection, so there's no one directly behind us. Obviously, you affect the views on the angles, but we are in an advantageous spot for that to not be affecting people as poorly.
Okay. Anybody in the room want to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, Frank Latari. I'm at 15 Captain Freebody. And a couple questions, and actually just that last comment where it is at the T, I couldn't disagree more, because everyone in Captain Freebody, this affects how their views. I admit I'm learning the process here and going through ordinances and trying to make sense of it. And the reason is I think you alluded to it, just in the last 3 or 4 months, this property is going to be demolished. Picture you just saw. On the right, there was a small ranch. That was demolished, and a new house it's almost finished. On the left side of that, another ranch that has just been demolished, and they were allowed several variances, and they're really close to the street. So when you say it's at a T and it's advantageous, it's not. Everyone on Captain Freebody, that's their view of the water. People want to live near the water. And now, and one thing I want to look at, what is the side setback? Because I can envision, and we have 13 houses on Captain Freebody and several on Major Arnold, right? That's where they look to the ocean. And I'm concerned that we've got 30, 35-foot houses now going 44 feet wide in this case, and I think the others, I don't know what the others are. But we have a wall now of houses 30 feet high. We're not going to see the sun come up till noontime. I'm exaggerating. But it is a dramatic change to the neighborhood. And I know we look at these individually, but all of a sudden, you know, it's going to look so different. And I think it affects everyone, all neighbors, you know, their neighborhood. So, and I know in the application, you know, does it enhance the neighborhood? I have to say, for most of us, no, absolutely not. Okay. A couple questions I have though is how you can go from 32 feet wide to 44 feet wide and have less lot coverage. I don't understand that, because that porch you showed is now going to be house, right? Solid house, right? And then it goes to and it extends out to the left. So how is that?
Technically, it's on like what the existing foundation of what the current house is. So that enclosed sunroom is on that foundation. So we tried to keep the new build to that same format as much as we could. So we weren't, you know, and yes, we're going up, but we're trying to
So, but the lot coverage, so you're on the same foundation and you're covering that.
If I may, it's covered porch.
I don't get it.
No,
Explain
it's
that.
fine. So the number that we're looking at for the existing lot coverage isn't actually taking the covered porch into account. It's left that out. I'm sorry. I flipped that around. Yeah. It's included the existing porch.
It's gotta go through the
It's
chain.
included the existing porch square footage, and we don't have that. I feel like I'm not explaining this.
No, it's totally fine, but you're actually supposed to address us or address
I'm
the chair,
sorry, okay.
and
Yeah.
then we can answer, or
Yeah. Okay.
the back and forth. I'm sorry, I'm being told no back and forth.
Yeah, no.
I've seen it before, so.
You can answer the questions, but
Sure.
everything should come through the board.
All right. So then, would you like me to jump in on this one? So the answer is that the existing house, although the house itself is smaller in footprint than this, the site coverage also encompasses the covered porch, the decks, any impervious surface. So this building, because there's that covered porch and a bigger deck, this has slightly less lot coverage. You're right that the house itself seems bigger, but the lot coverage is based on your impermeable surfaces, which this is actually smaller. It's a little confusing.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you that. I'll grant you that.
All right, I'll believe you. Can I ask what the side, I know there's no relief side for the side setbacks, and that's really probably the biggest thing I'm concerned about. What is that?
And that's, and so.
It's right there, there's the
Right
side, there's the
there,
side.
yep.
And so,
8.28 feet is the side yard setback. And that dashed square there is the setback line. Thank you, Tom.
so the reason for that is, the state changed the law, in 2023 for undersized lots, where they automatically changed the proportion of the side yard setbacks from what the town requires based on it being a substandard lot, and the ratio of the substandard lot to a typical lot in the zone.
Okay, so that's reduced.
So it got reduced by the state.
Yeah. So is the distance, maybe I'm using the wrong terminology, is the distance from the structure to the property line of the next house? Is that 13 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the setback that's required?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then I guess the floor area ratio. This is a demolition, so it's starting from a blank sheet of paper. Is it not possible to, I guess, what's the reason? Is it not possible to be able to design the structure within the constraints of the ordinances and everything else? You know, I would expect you to design it within the constraints. And the floor area ratio, I think it says asking for 250 square feet additional than what the floor area ratio allows. So couldn't you design that within the constraints? You know, you're not constrained by an existing foundation.
Well, that may be one of the conditions that this board puts on that before we finish our vote here tonight. And remember, we don't make the rules, the zoning people do.
Yes.
So they may specifically delete that request. You gotcha. Thank you, sir.
And then just one last one. And again, I'm learning on this, but when I read the town ordinance, it says when after a demolition, the new structure has to adhere to the existing zoning requirements. I know we're asking, so, and then there was the Rhode Island Supreme Court ruling on a westerly case that said variances aren't allowed in those cases. How does that affect a decision like this on granting variances?
I don't understand the question. You,
Nor do I. You're talking about the Wesley case where they knocked the house down?
Yes.
It's a shitty decision.
By the Supreme Court.
It's just, it's unfathomable why they came to that conclusion. So I don't think anybody's really following it. They do it at their own peril now, because there's existing statutes that the General Assembly has passed that would be contrary to that. When it comes to the Supreme Court interpreting the law, if the General Assembly passes a law that corrects that or changes that, the supreme law is the General Assembly, not the Supreme Court.
Bob, what did the court decide?
Well, they decided that you didn't get to get the advantage of knocking your house down and starting from scratch. You didn't get variances, you didn't get a lot of things. And I disagree with what the Supreme Court said. It was I'm a member of the General Assembly. It was a comprehensive effort to address these issues. And it was a retired Superior Court judge who made the first decision. And the Supreme Court really didn't tackle it. And it was probably at a time when the General Assembly was changing the legislative scheme at the same time that this case came up factually in Westerly, and the legislative scheme had not been interpreted as by any case law, and they were applying old law when it came to knocking down houses, which were inside especially when they were inside the jurisdiction of CRMC.
Is it considered good law right now?
It's a decision of the Supreme Court, but
So
you
it's
would...
good. So it's good law, and to your point, I guess to your point a minute ago.
Yep.
The General Assembly could change it.
We did.
But the Supreme Court's decision still remains good law.
It does.
So in
It's a
terms of
conflict.
answering the question and thinking about issues that have been talked about in town for quite, over the course of the last year in terms of avoiding unnecessary litigation.
You're absolutely right.
So to the point, this board should do what with respect to knockdowns and variances?
Well, we've been asked as a 3-lawyer team to create or to make a presentation to the council and to this board as to how to approach that issue. That analysis hasn't been complete. I'm trying to make it bulletproof for forget success on appeal, that it would not be something that would be litigated, because I think that you just hit the nail on the head. We don't want to litigate because we don't want to be spending money on issues that we would prefer to know exactly what the court would say before it says it.
Right, so if we were to make it, if we were to make a decision tonight with respect to this and the legal guidance associated with it, if, for example, there had been a litigious abutter or an organized community group that organized to basically say our views are being blocked, however the case might be, take us to court. If we make a decision tonight in terms of granting a variance for a knockdown, are we in good stead or not?
You're in a good stead now.
Jill?
This board makes a recommendation.
Yeah, I'm saying, if we make a recommendation, yeah, you're right, but my point is, we don't want to make given the discussions that have taken place, I prefer not to put this board in a position of making a recommendation that's at variance with what's considered good law right now.
It would be, even though it's advisory, I would say that it's advisory in the form of, you're not going to create an attractive nuisance for the zoning board. You're going to say, this is what we really think. It's not, it's an opinion as the law exists today. And I think your questions and your analysis is spot on. This is a confusing time.
Right, and it is a confusing time, and it's ambiguous.
It is.
But you have a Supreme Court decision that says, with respect to granting of variances in a knockdown, the answer is don't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. I would ask, I don't think I asked, the paved driveway.
You started, you said you had a question?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry to take you out of turn.
That's all right, Steve Ferrandi, I just
Yeah.
been following on zoning, especially on this particular street with the knockdowns and all. And I'm just curious, I had one other point, and I do agree with the gentleman before me, Mr. Tari, about the floor area ratio. This has been kind of a standard that the town put in several years ago. There was no mention of it, and I'm surprised the board didn't bring this up, that this would be a 16% increase in the FAR. And I realize, so I just want to make that point also, that this would be a 16% increase. I don't know how many decisions you've made with that high of an increase in the floor area ratio. They're allowed.
Did you say 15%?
I got a 5%.
I got 0.05.
0.05.
258 square feet divided by 1,600
He does the math.
is required. Not, I'm talking about the floor area.
Yeah, we are too, so we're looking
Floor area
at
ratio, yeah.
page 2 of the, maybe the math is not correct.
No, it's not. If you
Well,
take,
it's point-
somebody take a calculator, please, and take 258 divided by 1630, and that tells you what.
Rather than that, let me,
Can I ask where you're getting 1630 from?
That's the 1,630 square feet is required for floor area, for them to meet the floor area ratio on the top of page 2, I guess it is. Says the floor area ratio proposes 1,888 square feet, 1,630 is required. So they're allowed 1,630 and they're asking for 1,888. The difference of square feet divided by what is required is the percentage increase.
So, in this particular circumstance, floor area ratio is not adjusted by deficiency of the lot. So we're basing that calculation off of the total area of the lot. which in this case is 6,935 square feet.
It seems a little deceiving where it's, then why is it in there where 1,630 square feet is required and they're asking for 1,888? Why is that an increase of 258 in the square footage? Because the lot was lessened by the dimensions?
So, when you say, I think I do.
So if you read, if you just, I mean, just to clarify, it's on the top of page 2.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's right here.
The proposed floor area ratio is 1,888 square feet. And it says 1,630 square feet is required, which means that's
Yeah.
what's allowed.
So,
So how come, so that's 258 more square feet than the 1,630 that's allowed. If you make that division is an increase in the amount of floor area that they're asking for. That's where I'm coming up with the approximately 16%. Not the whole lot area, follow me?
Yeah, I think where the confusion's coming in is the .05 is the actual difference in the ratio
yeah.
of the square footage to the lot.
Yes.
Not the deficiency in the square footage, in the floor area ratio that they're asking for.
Yes.
So is it correct that it's a 16% increase in the floor area ratio that is maxed? Okay, so that's a very important point in this case. I just wanted to note that, and I'm surprised that the mistake was made in the, you know, people reading this at home, they don't do all the details, and that's the issue with a lot of this zoning. So, and that's always been, it was read, but as it's read on the bottom, 258 square feet means like it's 0.05. But that's wrong. So anyway, I just wanted to bring up that it is a 16% increase. You know, the applicant has the opportunity to build what they need in a smaller footprint if possible, but the board would have to be agreeing that that's what they would agree to is a 16% increase. And how many times have we done that with the floor area ratio? How much we try to hold the line, so to speak, on the massing of the dwelling, especially near the ocean and in the water where the site views are minimal. Neighbors have a hard time to look at. And I do agree, the Supreme Court case is creating some havoc. I agree with it, but you know, for the solicitor to say yes, it's a bad decision. We have to live with sometimes even bad decisions, and I understand everything, you know. And that's why, if you go to look at the zoning board, people are not going forward with this because they're waiting for this to happen.
Oh, I see.
So they're basically holding off on their own, so to speak. So how long can the town afford to keep a placeholder every month for the people that are not sure about what it is, till someone challenges the Supreme Court and that ruling is wrong? Town needs to make a decision on some of these. I know it's a gray area. And then, as Mr. Callahan stated, it's important that if it's a bad decision, but it's not right to be enforcing these, and there's an issue, there could be an issue with the knockdown and not replacing it the way it is, that becomes another issue. So, you know, you guys are in a little bit of a conundrum, but I think you found your answer from the solicitor tonight. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up, and I apologize, I'm not trying to be argumentative about that, I just want to make sure that that is actually 15.9% or almost 16% increase. And the way it reads, obviously the board overlooked that. I just want to make sure the details really matter, so when we calculate that, and I know it makes it a little more complicated, maybe because it's a non-conforming lot area and all that. And there's already been some relief given because it's a non-conforming lot with the new law. If we're standing before 2023, then they'd be even having more of a variance at that point. So that's all I wanted to say.
They wouldn't though, because we increased all the setbacks by 15% after that law passed, so they wouldn't be asking for more variance.
15% I don't think is, that doesn't.
That's the
come in
15%.
With total, with all of it.
With respect, that is the 15% that you're talking about when you cite that law. You're saying they'd be asking for more variances,
No,
but they wouldn't be.
I don't think what's an undersized lot has nothing to do with the 15%. That law, 790, 449,
Yep.
that is for substandard lots.
Yep.
That's not the
Yeah,
15%
we,
add-on.
as a town, added 15% to our setbacks. All of them, across the board. If we hadn't, there'd be some of these that they wouldn't be asking.
But I don't think you can draw an exact parallel that that's exactly 15% on that 7949. It does offer them less relief if they need it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else out there? No? So come back to the podium, and a couple things I would ask you. Yeah, first of all, why do you want an asphalt driveway down there? Don't you want drainage and, you don't want that stuff dripping into the ocean, huh?
We had it designed by the site engineer to make sure that a permeable driveway was an option to make sure that we had the enough space for it to be conforming with permeable space. I think that the goal will be to have a permeable surface, whether it's cobblestones or gravel or a shell path, and I think that ownership would be willing to make that change.
Okay, yeah, because it obviously says asphalt. And, the point that was just brought up, this floor area ratio, hopefully you're well aware that this was established with a lot of pain and suffering. And the idea of having, again, I'm not a mathematician. My partner for 40 years or so, my brother, he was the math major in our business, our profession. So that going from 0.05 to suddenly 15%, variance in floor area ratio is not, that doesn't sit well with me.
Dr. O'Neill.
What?
Pardon me. That was a typographical error on our part. That 0.05% was just a typographical error.
Yeah.
So Mr. Ferrandi, when he pointed out, while we didn't do the math, we know it's not 0.05%. It's a 0.05 over what the allowable FAR is.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't like to change, but I can change. And that was the other issue, was the floor area ratio, so we'll let that fade off into the sunset. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues here to this applicant?
Well, given the advice that we just got from council, I'm stuck.
Yeah.
In terms of granting a variance. Because, again, to grant the variance, and it actually, after this is done, we should go back and think a little bit about the actions that we took a little earlier in terms of granting variances with respect to the other two projects that we granted variances for. I don't see how we can legally recommend, I mean, we can recommend anything we want because we're not the deciders here. But I don't see where we can effectively recommend a variance in a situation where this is going to be knocked down and they can't ask for it, and we can't grant a variance based on the law. That's how I understand it correctly.
That's what the Supreme Court decision said. Yep.
So I think where that puts us is, unless people can help you find a way out of the woods here, we need a project, in order to approve a project, we need something that doesn't need a variance, if you're going to knock everything down.
Can I come say something quick?
You can say whatever you want, yeah.
Actually, can I ask you a question to the solicitor first? Has there been legislation post the decision that gives an altering opinion of how you could go forward?
Not completely, no, because it covers, and I hate to be ambiguous, but it covers several disciplines when they're talking about this. And the Supreme Court looked at it myopically, as opposed to as part of the legislative scheme. It was never the intention for a knockdown to be treated this way. But the Supreme Court looked at those facts. As Mr. Callahan said, they decided the decision they made. It is a reasonable, since they decided it, as I once practiced law for 3 years with Frank Flaherty, who was a recently retired member of the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and he said to me, half amusingly, half, and it's instructive for what your question is. He said, we're not the last court because we're always right. We're right because we're the last court. And that's where we are right now. They made that decision, and the General Assembly has not completed any approach to correcting that misinterpretation. So yes, there have been some laws introduced, a few passed, some didn't. It's more legislative stuff than it is necessarily the intent. At least that's my opinion. And there will be changes, because I'm certain that I know that it's the intention of the General Assembly to make this clear, so we don't have the problem that we're having right now, where...
So let me, look, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, do you mind, Mr. Callahan?
No, not at all.
So, just in, maybe this is a little off topic, but Mr. Craven, should the town be, in that case, should the town be waiting for the General Assembly to make changes? Or should they be moving forward with changes on their own, each town?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I mean, one could say that there was a concerted effort to take power away from the towns. And now there's this hole. So I would say, in the absence of the General Assembly saying you can't, then you can't. And
But for the purpose of tonight, we haven't.
Today is the day.
For the purposes of tonight, we haven't, right?
Yes.
So perhaps did I hear, I don't know if it was you, Jill, I think you mentioned, there's some kind of Bob, you mentioned it, something being planned for a session with the council and this board, and maybe the zoning board, about this issue. Did I hear somebody say something about that, or did you say that, Bob?
I've talked about it. I think it is...
Yeah, there are actually plans to pull something like that
my
together?
advice to any legislative body like you guys are is, if there are ambiguities, if there are changes, if there are... you have some unique soils, for example, down in Point Judith, that don't lend itself to an generalized application of drainage, ISDS, whatever. And so when the General Assembly passes laws for 39 cities and towns, you might have some special health, safety, and welfare issues, which that's your powers, that you might want to say, we need a carve-out or an exception when there are certain factors that happen. And so I think it's a great idea for the town itself to get together, or to actually put together a wish list and get together with your legislative contingency and say, we'd like these bills introduced in order to be able to address the specific issues that we have at Narragansett.
Okay, so it seems to me there's nothing imminent planned in Narragansett just yet, in terms of going back to weighing, for example, the pros and cons of Jill's question a minute ago in terms of going forward on our own or not. There's nothing like that in the works, but might be in the works at some point in time in the not too distant future. This is all a long-winded way to get back to you guys.
We're absorbing it all.
Part of it. The decision tonight here, at least from my vantage point, is either to tell you can't go forward with the way, I would say, I'm only one vote here, I would say you can't go forward with what you got based on where the law stands right now, based on your plan looking for a variance. So you either you're probably not prepared to do something tonight that would obviate the need for a variance. So you can either defer, go back and consult with, basically we can continue this to discuss it at another point in time after our world becomes clearer. Perhaps you've had a chance to digest this a little bit. Or we can move forward and make a decision tonight, which would probably be to recommend to the zoning board, who's going to get the same legal advice from the same people that we've just gotten, unless something changes in the next 2 days, and that doesn't sound like that's going to happen. So we can either go forward like that, or you can say, or we can continue. That's kind of where I think we are.
And just to add on to that, I do have concern about so much extra FAR impacting the, I mean, the FAR was developed exactly for this issue because sort of privatizing the waterfront by the people that are building big houses there.
But that's a variance. They need a
Right,
variance for that,
right, right. So I think, also think about how you can reduce the size of
Yeah, so
the
to go
variance
off
of the
of,
FAR.
you know, the floor area ratio and everything, so when we were going to the house, the original house, we actually, our first plan was to remodel the home that was existing and sitting there. We went out, we did asbestos testing, we did soil testing, geotechnical, we went and we did all of this over the last almost year and a half. We've been planning this and methodically going through it because we both grew up in Narragansett, so we love looking at the water and we don't want to obstruct anyone's view. So we tried to methodically think about how we could build this house that it also still, you know, is a 4 bedrooms for our client, but it's also comfortable. The way the house sits right now, the bedrooms downstairs, I guarantee you, they wouldn't pass code. They're little tiny squiggles. You can't fit even a twin size bed in there without wiggling by. So we're just trying to make, you know, better use of the space, obviously, and make it a comfortable living environment. Our client wants to put the money and the effort into this home because she plans on keeping it in her family forever. So it's not a property that we're trying to build big because we're trying to get, you know, renters in there and make her profit every other week. This is a family home, so we're trying to be very thoughtful about it, and not just throw something up that gets renters in there and she doesn't care if it, you know, it goes down to 3 bedrooms.
But I think you're two different
But
conversations
so we're
here.
talking about like
The
making the
question-
house
yeah,
smaller,
yeah.
correct?
No, that's, which is all wonderful, but if we cannot move, because of legal advice, positively in terms of variances on this project, you could take that negative, kind of well, we haven't voted yet, but you can take that negativity and carry it on to the zoning board, but they're gonna get the same legal advice.
No, that's
So,
understandable.
what Mr. Callahan's trying to say is, do we want to sit down and talk about trying, I don't know if you can, to eliminate variances and move on?
It's my understanding that if you guys are put to a vote tonight and we're denied, that there's a certain amount of time that we have to wait before reapplying. Am I correct in thinking that?
No.
No.
No, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood, but I was told at some point.
I have a question for Mr. Craven, if I could. Excuse me. So, based on that decision, if we're going to live under that, which seems we are, I mean, no matter what they do, even if they knock that house down and they put a shoebox on stilts, they're going to need a variance from 4.4.
Yes.
Can we not grant them that variance then? So technically, they shouldn't knock this house down if we're going to live under that rubric, right? Is what we keep coming back. I think is what we're coming
Well,
back to.
that's one of the shocking things about the
understand, I just-
decision, that
Yeah,
somebody's
it's-
knocked their house down and then they said they can't build it again, even though
Yeah.
they operated under the presumption they could.
Yeah, it's
Which is why we haven't demoed in a year and a half. We
that-
haven't-
Yeah.
good call.
Yeah,
Good
we
call.
wanted to make sure. I mean, the infrastructure of this house is actually it's not safe the way it stands right now. When storms come out, we've had repair people go out there. It's a very old deck. There's pieces coming out and flying. We're finding them in the front yards, in the, you know, in the street. So we're trying to also take precautionary steps. Like, the house actually shouldn't be there the way it is right now.
And we hear you, you were gonna say?
The option in the beginning to actually retain the existing house was to lift the house, and under advisement from the engineers, we were advised to not do that because it would be too difficult logistically to actually drive piles or do any kind of pier foundation underneath the house with how small the lot is. So basically, unless we totally rehabbed the house and kept it exactly how it is right now, that seems to be our only option, but I don't even think we can do that because the 50% rule from FEMA would stop us from doing anything over the 50% of the property value, and so you couldn't do enough to not apply for the variance, you'd be forced to apply for the variance that it sounds like we have no option to apply for unless you basically did nothing to the house. So there's no, I don't see there being a situation unless, and this is, I'm not, you know, I'm learning a lot here, but I don't see a situation where we don't apply. I don't see a situation where we can't, where we do any construction there and don't apply for a variance, and this doesn't become a major issue for
Right,
us.
so the other option, besides the other two that I pointed out, is, if you are so inclined, is for us to say no, for the zoning board to say no, and for you to sue the town, and become the test case.
We have to talk to our client.
That's an option.
But you're trying to avoid the town getting sued.
I am, but in order to do that, I basically have to say to you, I can't approve this because I got a Supreme Court that says you can't, and I got a town council who's very sensitive about being dragged into any litigation right now. So that's kind of where we find ourselves. And the other option is the option that Bob said. At some point in time, this situation, as it's described and as this presents tonight, is untenable, right? This is happening probably in a half dozen communities and more across the state, and it's going to have to get fixed. Whether it has to wait to the end of the legislative session to get fixed, whether they can fast track it and get it done sometime early on, Bob will have a better sense for that than I will, but that's at least after the beginning of the year. So, right now we're living in the twilight zone. Unfortunately, that's where we are.
I was hoping that this would be the easiest session.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we did prepare ourselves. We did know about the Westerly case, so it's not something that was,
Wasn't a shock.
surprise.
I didn't fully understand how impactful it would be, or,
That's why
it would be an
I would
option.
like to make a suggestion,
Yeah.
that you should ask for a continuance and get legal counsel to give you advice on what the most important, the best way to approach this.
I mean, we absolutely can. When our client did buy the house as well, which was about a year ago, we were talking about situations that, could arise. I think we were all hoping for a different situation tonight, given that the houses next door to us are going through the same exact process right now and are doing so. But
Can I ask how?
How did that happen?
Yeah.
They were probably started before the Supreme Court acted.
Well, it would have been the permit started, because the construction just started.
No, but if they got the permit.
Okay, I understand. That's what I figured, but, okay. So we'd like to ask for a continuance.
Before we do, I have a question for the solicitor. Bob, the demolition clause apply to voluntary and involuntary demolition, or solely a voluntary demolition?
Well, the Supreme Court acted on a voluntary.
So if a structural engineer were to go in and deem a building or a significant portion of the structure to be structurally deficient, would that be a mechanism for someone to come in and request to rebuild because of an involuntary demolition? The little bit I remember was that the other was a completely voluntary demolition.
It's in there, it's in another one. Yeah, so our ordinance does allow for involuntary, for a determination of unbuildability, or for instance, an act of God, I think is the way our ordinance refers to it. And then you can build, you can rebuild, but technically you're supposed to rebuild exactly what you had as long as it's in compliance. So in this case, they could build the same house footprint that they had, but they'd have to go up on, they'd have to go up on piers, and they'd have to, if they weren't code compliant with electricity and whatnot, they'd have to become code compliant, but they could rebuild what they had. If you were to come in and expand, I don't believe that the Act of God clause allows the expansion component, but it does allow you to rebuild what you had.
Would there be flexibility within the code for reconfiguration? If you had a certain amount of impervious or a certain amount of lot coverage, when you say it has to go back exact, sometimes
Like
it's
change
not
the shape of
practical.
it?
Yeah, basically like
Yeah.
a piece of Play-Doh, could you mold it a little bit to?
Sure.
to mold
I would
something?
defer to the building official or Mr. Craven on that, but I do know, did you find it yet? Yeah, so,
If a non-conforming building or structure is damaged or destroyed by fire, explosion, act of God, or the public enemy, it may be rebuilt or restored, and the non-conforming use continued provided that. And then there's a list of a bunch of standards that it needs to meet.
But if a building, by no intention, became structurally unsound, and I'm gonna throw myself into this because the property that we demolished, our family property, the foundation, we had a structural engineer that came out and said 3 of the walls had no footings. It was constructed in 1955. The concrete had lost all of its strength that the lime had actually pulled, which allowed us some flexibility. We ended up ultimately building on the exact same footprint, but with a new foundation. So we didn't end up seeking the relief. We modified the design to try and.
Well, Mr. Grundy, in your case, your application actually said you were holding the non-conforming wall.
Yes.
And that's how you're allowed to continue your non-conforming setback.
Yes, we had to have a wall, one wall that was the least compromised, saw cut. We had to document that, and then we had to pour over and around it and bend it.
So I think we need
So a motion
for
motion
to continue.
I'd like to make a motion to continue. Do we need to continue this to a date certain? Jill?
I don't think you do because it's not a public hearing, but again, you have legal year.
I would, it doesn't sound like this is gonna be ready to be soup next month. I would probably suggest that we do something in January, would be my, assuming we've got time on the January meeting.
Well, we haven't set the January calendar yet. We haven't set 2026.
Right, but I
calendar.
don't believe you need to continue to a date certain, because it's not a public hearing. What I would say, Mr. Callahan, to earlier is, my understanding is that the legal team is working on a revision to our ordinance which would address this. It just hasn't come to the town council yet to be referred down to you for a recommendation.
So that process would take at least
65 days from the moment it goes to council.
right, and then get referred to us and then back to the council, and then it's got to go through the reading process.
Yes, it does.
So that's probably another month or so. Right.
We're looking at March.
Right. So we're going to continue this. If I were you, I would stay in touch with Jill and the team in terms of how this is unfolding, but
Legal
would
counsel.
move. Excuse me? And Bob's suggestion was a good suggestion. I know you probably would prefer not to, but
No, we have someone we talked to them about it in case this was to happen, so that is fine.
so, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion.
Second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Five
Thank you,
ayes.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So, just to shorten this, this meeting here, I apologize. Obviously, I ramble and I allowed a lot of people here to ramble tonight. 4 hours, over my many years, nothing happens good after 4 hours. And so, hey folks,
can you
we
take it
didn't
outside?
finish, get out of
There's
here.
an audio recording.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, thank you.
So,
Have a good night. Thank you.
good night. So, yeah, so I declare this meeting closed, but I think you need, one thing I did see here that you need is December 16th. Are we gonna have a quorum?
Doc, I know you really want to close this meeting, but I gotta ask one question. I do. Given the conversation we just had with respect to this applicant, and given the application, 2 applications we had tonight that we approved, I think, in terms of a total demo with variances, do we need to revisit those decisions?
No. I don't know if we know the right answer. I really don't.
You don't know to which question?
We continued this one. Let's say we passed it. I would say to you, this one is the one we just did, and this one we did before, and it both involved demolition. I can tell you, based on the Supreme Court decision, and based on the legislature's statutes and the interpretation of legal experts, and Mr. Grundy just threw a wrinkle in there, what if it's an involuntary? It's too fluid to say that I've got a firm footing on what the law is, because I know it's going to change from what it is now.
All I'll say, Bob, is when we meet next month,
Yep.
if we have something if we have a knockdown with a variance, we're going to say no until this thing gets clear.
I wouldn't, well, unless I can
Unless
clarify
unless it's
more.
involuntary, unless it's a involuntary.
Well, I mean, actually, that may be an avenue that people pursue.
Right.
To get an engineer that says the right thing.
Okay, I'm sorry, Doc.
No, I agree. So, yeah, I think the minutes we can postpone to the next time, but is everybody going to be here for December 16th, I think?
Do we need a motion to continue the minutes?
Oh, to continue.
So moved.
All right. Second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Was that continuance for minutes?
Yes.
We'll continue. 16th. Is everybody able to be here the 16th? I think that's the question.
16th?
Yes.
December 16th.
That's the regular zoning.
Yep,
planning
I'll
board.
be here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you were asking that question.
And then we need the 2026 meeting dates for approval. Those are in your packets.
So one of them is proposed for March
Why-
17th.
Why don't we do that the next time, too?
We can continue it if you like, it's on the agenda. that's all.
No, but
So we're gonna continue, a motion, you need a motion to continue, Doc?
continue what?
Continue the issue on the agenda was to set the meeting dates for next year.
2026 meeting date.
You need a motion?
Yeah, meeting dates.
I'll move it, then we take it up at the next meeting.
Second.
All right, everybody?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Motion to
motion to adjourn.
Doc, thank you for stepping into this tonight. Well
Who
done.
made the motion to adjourn?
You did a great job.
Doc did. Doc always makes our motion to
I can't
adjourn.
make-
Sorry,
I can't make
motion to
that.
adjourn.
All right, second. I can second things, can I?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. God bless America.